All right. Greetings, greetings. Hello, Ivona. Hi, Jackie. Hi, Sarah. Hey, Sarah, are you the one over in Tripoli or Benghazi? I can't remember. And something like that. I just can't remember. How's it up there in Toronto, Jackie? How's it up there on the East Coast, Ivona? Lots of rebellion, exciting things. Have you got food in the supermarkets? I hope so. Welcome. This is, of course, as most of you know, Sunday Night Live, home of the world famous SuperChat mini, see, I can do this, readings. There we go. So there we go. Yeah. Hello, Tina. Wow. This is actually happening. Well done, Tina. Congratulations. Wow, it's a big deal. You've been under so much pressure. And it's all happening. It's like it's really moving along for you. It's like a huge like tsunami wave of stuff. Wow. Wow. Okay, so let me have a look here. Hold on, I want to just check something. Yeah. Jackie's trying to stay positive, telling herself, yeah, everything's fine, everything's wonderful. Yay. Well, you're at a good place. This is a good place to hang out, you know. Oh my gosh. Oh God. Oh my gosh, the news, like. So Ivona. Oh my gosh. Oh, so Titko has finally passed over. Wow. Little Titko. I've met Titko several times. Hold on, let me just check in with you guys. Hello. Good evening. Hi, this is Terra Lumination. I'm just checking in with everybody. Hello, Love Driver. I see you. There's Jackie. What does that mean, under contract? Yeah, that's to do with buying and selling of houses. Contracts to buy, contracts to sell. All of that stuff. They do it through the realtors. So, little Titko. Oh. Thank you, Ivona. You did introduce me. You did show me. And it's I'm not quite sure what to say. Tina just a week ago, I think Tina lost, I don't remember the name, but you lost your furry companion as well. Tina lost her furry companion. It happens. It's kind of sad. I'm sorry. A little cremation. That's what I would have done personally. I'm in favor of cremations. It's, you know, fires are a little bit scary, but on the other hand, it takes them very quickly over to the next level, huh? Oh, don't worry, Tina, we can do it. We've got somebody to. Okay, don't worry, Tina. It's all right. How bad can it get? You know. So we'll figure it out. Yeah, Jackie, it's an American saying. Under contract, in closure, different language. Basically, wrapping up the deal, signing contracts, swapping money, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Zoe. Oh, okay. Yeah. So, uh, I'm going to try and stay out of it. I'm going to do a little show on Wednesday to kind of vent my own personal opinions and feelings about stuff. As you know, the whole planet is going into what I consider a kind of a collective insanity right now. And I can see it on the charts. And none of this stuff surprises me. How it actually happens in the details, that's a whole other story. But I'm looking at things from the collective. And none of it surprises me. So I've heard different expressions from different people. Stay in your own fishbowl. Stay in your own lane. Good fences make good neighbors. Mind your own business. You know. Be careful what you say, how you say it, when you say it, where you say it, who you say it to, how you say it, all of those things. Gemini, we have the Gemini in the North Node at like 29 degrees or something. So it's very strong right now. It's very vivid. It's kind of a very new energy. And I don't think planet Earth knows what to do with it. It was a massive jolt to go from the end of the Cancerian South Node to the beginning of the Gemini North Node. And, oh, Tina, yeah, I see your notes there. Hello, Path. I see you. Hello, Path Traveler. Zoe's ashes are ready, and I'm waiting to pick up my mom's ashes. Oh, my God. Oh, grief. God. Oh. I don't know why I'm smiling. We've had some very heavy subjects on this channel, on this show recently, but in some ways that's what happens here all the time. Almost all the readings end up being quite profound, okay? Zoe's ashes are ready. You know, that's from last week. And you're waiting to pick up your mom's ashes. It takes a bit longer. My brother and sister, they took care of my mom and all her ashes. They took care of my dad and all his ashes. Both of my mom and dad were cremated. That was ages ago. I lost my mom and dad quite a while ago. You know, it happens. Wear and tear. Life catches up with us. You know. I need to, let's see, just check something here. Okay, I'm just checking the chat. I can see the chat right there in front of me on one of the monitors. It's quite fun. I love seeing all the little notes and everything as they come in. As you know, once I get into the readings, I get kind of like blinkered with the readings and I don't really see what's going on anywhere. Maybe we'll get some, you know, spiritual intervention or something. You never know. We've had pets appear on the show. We often get psychics and mediums appear on the show. We get loved ones from the great beyond appear on the show. Sometimes it's very spontaneous. Typically in that world, things happen to me as a so-called reader in such a way that it only happens according to what I think of as divine intervention. I don't really get mediumship type experiences unless it's divinely ordained and it's specifically meant to happen. I'm more focused on the tarot because it keeps us keeps the energy in the present, in the here and now, in our physical bodies, in our lifetimes. And, you know, there's other people who do mediumship for the people who've passed over to the other side. And some of them are really good, okay? Anyway. So, wow. Martin's Modern Life. Okay. Hello, Martin's Modern Life. Greetings, this is Modern Life. I'm going to do a little astrodoodle now, just for thrills. You know, I like to calm down. This is how I kind of get into my vibe for the show. Because I'm like you guys, I have just an ordinary, a very, very ordinary life in between shows. I'm trying to do 2 shows a week now, like the Sunday and the Wednesday, to try and get back in the groove. But in the meantime, I'm spending the rest of my life just minding my own business. I'm trying to live by example. That's all I'm trying to do. I have very simple like protocols and belief systems and opinions. I have my subjective truth. You have your subjective truth. And I'm just trying to abide. For some reason, I seem to have been born into a lifetime where, I talk about people who are compassion junkies, people who like to go out and help, you know, and it's a big thing for a lot of people. Compassion, it's wonderful to share. Be loving, be loved, be loving, and be loved. That's a wonderful thing to do, and it becomes a little bit of an addiction. And I think I've been doing it for lifetimes without knowing it, and I'm basically I have all the characteristics of a compassion junkie. I can't switch it off because it's very satisfying. On the other hand, it's left me in a position in life where how do you quantify all this stuff? I still haven't figured it out, but I'm still here. And instead of, maybe helping somebody one-on-one in person in physical life, I now have this little channel, the Tarot Illumination channel. And, we've gone through our episodes. Some of you have been here since the very beginning. You know who you are. Thank you very much. Some of you are recent. Some of you are, members on the Patreon, and you're just very, very quiet. Some of you, I've been told, have been watching it for years, but never text or type or email or get readings or anything. And I apologize for all the viewers who used to enjoy the monthly free reports. I can't do that anymore. I'm very sorry. There's all sorts of reasons, all sorts of stories behind that, but I can't do it. There's plenty of channels, thousands of tarot astrology channels out there now. You can get all that stuff somewhere else, and so I wish you the best. If you want something very boutique-y and very artisanal, very customized for you, then you're at the right place. You're at the right channel with the right reader for the right person, with the right crowd. We're good people here. So if anybody needs a personal reading, check out the links below. I would love it if you could do the subscribe thing. It says it on the channel, like there's that button subscribe, but the real subscribe thing is to get on the email list. Check out the links below. What's the other thing I'm supposed to talk about for self-promotion? Readings, subscribe for the email list. Oh, yeah, membership. Yeah, do the membership thing. There's another link below. So, and you can do it all through the website. Everything's there. tarotlumination.com. tarotlumination.com. Yeah. So, okay. Hold on. I got something just came in from Tina. I see it. Hold on. It says here, my mom was seen in the ER the Sunday before her death with chest pain and shortness of breath with abnormal labs. The labs are all the test information, yeah. They sent her home. Should I talk to a lawyer and get this looked at further? Oh my God. Oh no. Oh yeah, that's a tricky one. Luckily, I can speak from experience because I've been thrown in and out of hospitals, and nearly died in hospitals, and I've tried to sue hospitals for malpractice because of some of the diabolical mistakes they've made. Man. And I know people who are dealing with these things right now. It's very, very, very difficult. It's a very, very, let's say, it feels like very unjust, when this kind of stuff happens. So give me a second. I need to take care of a little detail here at the channel. You probably know what that means. It's something to do with getting a little bit of a beverage. So bear with me. I'm going to treat myself, okay? And it sounds like this. I'll be right back. Just want to make sure you'll be happy. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay. All right. So, first of all, I know we've got some very heavy subject matters here tonight. We're talking about Ivona and the loss of dear Titko. We've been talking about Tina and the loss of Zoe and the loss of Tina's mom. There's huge amounts of tragedy in and around and all over the planet right now. And it's almost impossible to live your life without being aware of these things because it just seems to saturate through the news, the media, your phone, televisions, social media, all of those things. So I'm going to do something. Just give me a moment here. First of all, we have the first Super Chat mini reading of the evening, and that is going over to Tina. Okay. Yes, you figured it out, Modern Life. Tina Miller. I'm going to put your post-it up here, okay, Tina? So we don't forget. Okay, so just put that over here for now. If anybody wants a reading, and you get your own magic post-it note, okay? Your name goes here. Okay, so I'll just put it over like this. So it looks, you know what to do. Your name here. In case there's anybody out there who's brand new, basically what you do is you click the little gray button. You see underneath where you type all the chat, there's a little gray button. It's a box. It's about this big, and it has a $sign in it. You click that, and then YouTube opens up a payment processor, and you swipe your card. Okay, something like that. Now, somebody said, what was this? Hold on. Okay. Take the happy news first, TL. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Don't worry, we'll get it done. Hello, Joanna, unloved. Hello, Joanna. Oh. Hey, have you been here before, Joanna? Where are you? Are you in America? I think... Who is it who's just showed up? Where is she? Sarah Al-Shaikhi. You're over there in Tripoli, aren't you? Sarah? Is it Benghazi? I can't remember. Let me have a look here. Hold on. Give me a second. Lunatic. That's a good name. Oh. Okay. Hold on. I need to double check something here. So, I'm going to get back. Stay there, folks. Yeah. Okay, so, yeah, it's okay. I honestly, I don't mind doing really heavy readings. It's more about your own comfort level that we're doing it in a public setting. I've done thousands, I've literally done thousands and thousands of readings for people, and I'm still here, and, you know, we've covered everything, you know, birth, death, finances, sexuality, inheritances, houses, spiritual ascendance, you know, could be anything. I've had gay, lesbian clients. I've had, you know, executives, attorneys, CEOs, all sorts of people. I've had a few teenagers. I've had a few seniors. Married, I even had a few married couples. I've had business consultations. Woo! All of it. Anyway. So, Luna Tech. Greetings and welcome, Luna Tech. Let me guess. Maybe you're Cancerian moon sign and you're into technology. Oh, or what about, who was the other one I just saw? Martin's Modern Life. Where are you, Martin? Where are you, Joanna? Are you guys in the United States? If you guys want a little mini reading, this is the time and place to do it. I dare you. Especially to go blind. Don't tell me anything. It's almost more fun when you don't say anything. Like, hello, Tarot Illumination, just give me a reading, you know? I see you, Lunatic. Yeah. Let me guess. That is a play on words for lunatic. Ha ha ha. Ho ho ho. See? I got it. I got it. Okay. Lunatic is a Pisces. I'd like a mini reading. Okay. Lunatic is a Pisces who would like a mini reading. So, yeah, whoops, it's okay. So, you just put the money in the super chat. It's basically $10. You just swipe it. If you're shocked by the idea of like, oh my God, I got to pay money for a reading, that's normal. A lot of channels do free readings. I kind of stopped because I had to. Martin's Modern Life is over there near Detroit. Wow. That's quite a historic city. Yeah. Oh gosh, Tina. Ow! Yeah, so let's play it. We'll have a little bit of fun first. Hang in, Tina, and eventually we get to yours. I want to see who else comes up here with mini readings. Cheers, everybody. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, man. So, let me go up and do this little micro mini reading for people. Sorry, like a little astro doodle. I just wanted to point something out. I'm going to do a little show about it on Wednesday. Tonight is Wednesday. Tonight is Sunday. Sunday the 14th. Okay, let me go to the stage. I'll show you. Alright, so your name goes here. Whoever you are, if you want your own mini reading, you just go to the Super Chat button just below where you type. You put in your $10. It shows up here, the Tarot Illumination Super Chat screen. And then you get your own magic post-it note with your name on it. And it goes over here. And then you get your reading when it's your turn. Anyway, while we're waiting, I just wanted to point something out, okay? So give me a second. I'm just going to make a little kind of a doodle here. Right, this is just for today, right now. This is your typical super simplified westernized astrology pie chart. Aries is on the horizon. Taurus, Gemini, Cancer. I don't know why they always called it Cancer. I've never understood that. Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, and Scorpio is way over here. Sex, death, and taxes. Sagittarius. You'll see what I'm going to point at in a few minutes. Give me a second. Capricorn. Aquarius. And Pisces. So, as you know, we've been talking about this for the last, I don't know, 6 months or something. We've got Pluto and Jupiter and Saturn all sitting very close together. Okay, there's Pluto, there's Jupiter, and then there's Saturn. They're all piled up. Saturn is going to be dropping into Capricorn again very soon. It's retrograde right now. Over here, we've got Mars and Neptune. And Neptune, both conjunct. And I'm going to keep going. Tonight we have the Moon in Aries. And we've got Uranus over here in Taurus. And we've got the Sun and Venus over here. And the North Node, whoa, over here in Gemini. And we got Mercury in Cancer, okay? So now I'm going to add a little bit of color. Just stay there, don't go away. You know how I get really excited when I do these things. Let's have a look here. So I'm just gonna pencil in the obvious things. Okay, and then we'll get to the awkward, weird stuff that I wanted to chat about. Okay, this stuff here is really, really tricky. The Pisces Gemini axis is very, very tricky right now. Extremely hyper tricky. And that's a leftover from that insane full moon that we had. Okay? The other thing we have, which is very awkward, this is a very fleeting one, is over here. We've got some harmony going on between all of the Capricorn, all these energies up here with Pisces. This is all very sweet, so I'll just put it in there for fun. And this is quite sweet just for a few moments, so I'll put this in for fun. Now this is the thing that I want to point out that has been really puzzling me for a long time now. Well, not really long time, but long enough, ever since Gemini started, okay? I don't know if you can see this. I'm going to put a kind of a thingy marker in it, okay? Okay, that's blue on orange. So let me just mention this little thing here. Okay, so let me see if I can do this. All right, so this is a snapshot of the global astrology tonight here, okay? 14th of June 2020. This is for the whole planet. Now remember, we're putting this as the universal chart. We're just putting it with Aries on the horizon, okay? Like they do in all universal charts, okay? But, for example, if you were a Cancerian sun sign, Cancer rising or sun sign, it would look like this, okay? If you were a Libra rising, it would look like this. If you were a Capricorn rising, it would look like this. And so on and so on and so on. If you really want to get into this stuff, you can book a personal reading, obviously, But anyway, this is what's been really puzzling me. Some of you know this angle here is very harmonious. It's a sextile, okay, between Capricorn and Pisces. So that's a tremendous relief, okay? This is sweet and comfortable over here between Venus and the Moon and Aries. Thank you very much. This thing here is a beast, and it's been with us for a while. Remember, we had that full moon, whenever it was. The full moon eclipse. What was it, about 10 days ago or something? 8, 9, 10 days ago, when the sun was over here and the moon was over in Sagittarius, and there was this massive T-square. That's when everything reached the point of global insanity. Literally, the insanity of the collective, humanity. And the reason why I felt it and why I predicted it is because I look at Mars conjunct Neptune as extremely hostile, volatile, violent expressions of self-undoing, okay? This is the house of self-undoing, the house of betrayal, the house of treachery, lies, deception. And when you get it to this level here, where Mars is conjunct Neptune in a deep, hard square with the Gemini North Node, the Gemini Sun, and at the time there was Mercury there too, to me this looks like insanity. I literally see this as a mark of insanity, collective insanity, and it came to a crescendo on that eclipse, okay, a few days ago. And now we're heading to another eclipse over here. So this, to me, is a mark of insanity, okay? And it's showing up all over the world. There are bizarre communications going along, incredibly volatile, extreme violent revolutionary expressions going on. Volatile, see what I'm talking about? Gemini expression, extreme violence and volatility in the forms of self-undoing. And so we've had this kind of, let me just go chat with you just for a second, hold on. So we ended up with, you know, what do you expect? It's basically collective insanity. It's a collective breakdown of humanity up here. All the fuses blowing. So every major city on the planet is going through some kind of revolution, protest, you know, a riot, lootings and shootings and all of that. And it's all happening in ways that are totally justifiable, okay, according to some people's perspectives, and totally unjustifiable according to some other people's perspectives. And it's all part of the insanity, okay? And so here's what I've been puzzling, that weird orange-blue thing. Let me go back and show you. Because this has been happening through all of it. And so what I felt is that this is what they call an inconjunct, okay? It's a very awkward, difficult energy to handle, but it's extremely strong right now, and it's pointing onto the Gemini North Node. And the inconjunct energy, this aspect here is called an inconjunct. This is a square. This is a sextile. This is a sextile. This is an inconjunct, and it's very, very strong. And my feeling is that it's forcing everybody to become aware of exactly what are you saying, how are you saying it, where are you saying it, why are you saying it, when are you saying it, and who are you saying it to, okay? Communications. And as you can tell from the global news, you don't even have to watch the news. You just have to look at your phone and weird stuff comes up. You look at the social media and weird stuff comes up. Hello, ECAT from Florida. Thank you. You'd love a reading. Okay, well, we do readings here, but these are paid Super Chat readings. So to get your reading, you type in the little Super Chat button down below. You put your 10 bucks in the slot, and then you get your name here, okay? Okay, you get your name there. And this is where you get your readings, okay? So Tina's already booked her reading. Hi, Jeffrey. Good evening. Now, with this conjunction, what does it mean? Okay, from my perspective as your amateur astrodoodle reader, my feeling is that now that I understand this a little bit better, this is an unavoidable pressure. This is the reality check police, okay, putting extreme pressure to comply with what has to be said and what has to be done, and also the problems that come with complying with what has to be said and what has to be done. So there are a lot of people speaking, okay, basically civil protest, and there's a lot of extreme hostility and insane volatility that's going with it, and it's triggering. These things are feeding off of each other. This is a very, very difficult aspect to handle. It's all about integrating the energy. In other words, if we don't figure out as human beings what we're doing and how we're doing it and why we're doing it, we will suffer. We will continue to suffer as a species as long as we continue to perpetuate the insanity, okay? I'm not going to go into all of that stuff here, but if you just, look what's happening across the world, a lot of people, well, I personally think of it as like collective insanity. And none of it surprises me. I see yours, Jeffrey. Got it. I will do that, Jeffrey. I will just do exactly that. Thank you. Okay, Jeffrey, I got yours over here. So, Tina, what I might do, if you want to hang out for a bit, I'll put Jeffrey in front of you because you wanted to do some of the fun stuff first, and then we'll come back to yours because we know yours is basically going to be a heavy reading. So we'll just swap that out. Okay, so everybody in the chat, you've seen what happens. If you want a reading, do the super chat button and you get your magic post-it note. Woohoo! Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Anyway, this thing, there's nowhere to hide. People, anybody, okay, let me do it this way. So with that big orange, that orange thing that I drew there, that's an inconjunct. It's a very awkward energy. It's like all that super heavy Capricorn energy that's putting a lot of pressure on the Gemini Sun, the Gemini North Node. Very much to do with communications. What I would think of as collective communications and insanity. And in that regard, I would hold the media extremely accountable. Okay? Social media. Network news. In America, we have ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, Fox, NPR, and a whole bunch of others. And they are all forms of mass media. Some of them go onto the far right, some of them go onto the far left, and they're all trying to promote their agenda, but they all feed off of the insanity. And like the more insanity that appears on the screen, the more viewers and the more advertising revenue and the more fear is propagated. So the insanity feeds the insanity. And it's working beautifully. So, if that's, if you're into that thing, if you are a professional fearmonger and you make your living as a fearmonger, then you're having the best time of your life. Cheers. But there's also an accountability that goes with it, So anyone who's involved in professional communications, that could be anyone that you see on the news, any of the characters that are brought into the news, the president of this, the opposition of that, the network anchor news person over here, the protester over here, the photographer over there, the policeman over there, the mayor over here, all of it. It's like you have to be held accountable. Everyone's being held accountable. Like the poor girl who, took the photographs of George Floyd. Her life has been changed forever. You can't undo that. And her little video has basically changed the whole world. That's one girl just hanging out randomly in the middle of a street, okay? There's an accountability that goes with it. There's probably a part of her that's very, very happy that she captured this event. And there's another part of her which is wishing, oh my God, I wish I hadn't captured this event. I think that is the quincunx in action. Anyway, so there we go. Jeffrey Golongar, what is that? Don't even get me started about what I think is happening right now. Yeah. And Love Triber says, yes, inflamed fake media. Yeah. And it's just getting started. Yes, absolutely. This pressure isn't going to go away. I've been looking at the charts. All that Capricorn stuff up there, that's going to be sticking with us all the way through the rest of this year. And right now, for example, we have, what is it, 4 retrogrades, 5. Mercury's going to be going retrograde fairly soon. Let me just check something here. Doopy-doopy-doo. Yeah, what do you know? Mercury's going retrograde in a few days. Woohoo! Yeah, just before the eclipse. Woohoo! Okay. So, basically, towards the end of this week, you know, just before the eclipse, we're going to have the eclipse, okay? You know, it's the new moon eclipse coming. And then we're going to have Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, Saturn, and Pluto. Wait a minute. And Neptune. Can you imagine that? There's going to be a particular... Mark your calendar. Okay? Just for a few moments around the eclipse, around the 22nd, around the 23rd, we're going to have 6 planets retrograde. Okay? Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, and Pluto. 6. Woo! So, you know, like the whole global insanity thing. I think, like Jeffrey said, I think we're at the early stages. I think we're at the early stages of kind of a global meltdown of all kinds: economic, financial, currencies, political, socio-political, societal breakdown. None of it surprises me. This is what happens when you get 7.7 billion people who don't have anywhere else to go. There is nowhere else to go. This is our home, okay? This is where we live. So what are we going to do? You know? How are you going to live by example? How are you going to be loving and be loved? What does that mean for you? How are you going to express yourself? Okay? Minding your own business in your own little world. Forget about the macrocosm. What about you in your world? Every day. Every little piece of the day. What are you going to do right now? Do you have to make amends with someone? Do you have to pay off a debt? Do you have to do something very bold and courageous that you really don't want to do? Do you have to accept certain very, very painful truths and realities that you would rather not do? You have to deal with it because there's no escape. You can't not deal with it. If you refuse to deal with what has to be dealt with, especially regarding your thoughts, your communications, your interactions between self and other, the day-to-day people in your life, the Gemini stuff, the Gemini North Node, you suffer. You suffer, okay? What was that? Something about a birthday? Is it... Hold on. Oh, it's Ivona's birthday. Woo! Hello, Ivona. Wait a minute, I just saw someone else with a chat. Wait a minute, I just saw something. Give me a second, folks. I gotta go check that out. Hey, Cat. Tell me what I need to know. Leo Sun and Rising Virgo Moon. Okay, you got it. Let me go back over here. Give me a second. Stay with me. Hey, Cat. I'm going to give you capital letters, even though you're very modest. Okay, what do I need to know? Ding, ding, ding. Leo Sun. And Leo's rising. And what's this? Virgo Moon. So we'll see if that factors in or not. Let's not worry too much about it. Thank you. Let's see what that looks like. Hello, Gabby girl. Okay, let's have a look. Okay. Alright, so I see what's happening on the... let me just check the... Yeah, you did it right. You did it. It worked. There you are. That's yours. There's Tina. There's Jeffrey. So we got 3 readings lined up. That's good. That'll be fun. Cheers, everybody. I see you, Gabby. Oh, man. You know what's interesting, Tina? What I've noticed about a lot of your notes, and whenever we've had meetings or, you know, members' meetings and things like that, people need to know that Tina is one of these people who's made it her business to be acutely aware of these kinds of energies and how they impact her life. So Tina is one of these people who lives her life knowing that all this stuff goes on. She's aware of the stuff that I call the weather, but she still lives in a very, very, like, clear manner of what I would call a 3-dimensional existence. You know, how do you take all this energy and funnel it down into your life? How does this work for you? Okay, just for an example. When we go to ECAT, okay, ECAT has a Leo Sun, Leo Ascendant, okay, so that's a very strong alignment right there, and a Virgo Moon. So this stuff would be affecting ECAT like this. Okay, so I'm putting Leo on the Ascendant, which puts Aquarius on the Ascendant over here. Okay, it's not a very clear circle. I don't know if you can see that. Okay. So, okay, so there it is. Okay, so there's Leo. Okay, and that would be like, this would be the horizon. Okay, I'm trying to make it level in the middle. Okay. So, for example, I'm just using you as an example, okay, ECAT? Like, for example, the energies right now, I'm using like a whole sign chart. ECAT is the Sun in Leo and Ascendant in Leo. So Aquarius would be the 7th house opposite energy over here. The big activity for ECAT is happening over here in the Capricorn energy, which would, from my perspective, would be in the 6th house, okay, of work, health, tasks, taking care of what has to be done in a very, let's say, selfless manner. And there's this tremendous pressure over here in the 11th house. Okay? You've got the Virgo Moon over here, in the house of money, value, values, and self-worth. So, you know, if we ever did a personal reading together, we could look at the weather, for example, see how that's working for you. Or ECAT, if we did a reading together, we'd pull up your own chart, and then we would look at one of these compared to your chart, and so on and so on. But anyway, let's get on with the show itself, people. All right. All right. Tina even knows the astrology of her dogs. It's amazing, isn't it? Give me a second, I need some water. Oh boy, oh boy. So this is my big bucket of water. Because it's thirsty work. Okay? Cheers, everyone. There we go. Oh, I had to put that somewhere somewhere safe, okay? Alright, so let me go back to the stage. I just want to... Okay, it's time, Jeffrey. Alright, this is it. Let's put all this nonsense aside. Okay. I'm going to pull out the deck. Let's see now. Let's shove this over here. Alright. Some of you know the routine, so just chat amongst yourselves. Do what you have to do. Make friends, hang out, exchange recipes. All of that kind of good stuff. Also, I know that some of you have little side readings on the side yourselves as well, so, you know, enjoy. It's kind of weird and fun, and it actually helps me in a way because then I don't have to worry about what everybody's doing over there in the chat while I'm working with whoever's getting their reading. So right now, we're going to read for Mr. Longoria. I can't remember. Did you move to Arkansas already, or are you still in California? Let's have a look. Okay. All right. Actually, Gabby, I'm trying to be silly because there's so much energy out there that's not very silly. There's the energy of what I would call the collective insanity. When I look at those charts, I see collective insanity. Literally marks of insanity and a massive, like, meltdown. The fuses are blowing. Again, doesn't surprise me. Okay, Jeffrey's just kind of confiding, like, this feeling. Okay, let's just call it a feeling. Jeffrey's moving to Dallas in July. Wait a minute. Who else is moving to Dallas? Or is it... Tina, where are you moving? So Jeffrey's got a feeling he's not going to be in his job for much longer. Okay. Well, it could be, you know, like the squeeze, or it could be deliberate choices, whatever it is. Let's have a look. That might be a predominant feeling right now, but we don't know what the cards are going to say. We're just going to allow for, I would call it, divine intervention to help us with the readings right now tonight. So Jeffrey, you kind of know the routine. Just kind of, I don't know, this is sort of what I do. Hold on. You know, when I'm, you know, what I try to do is I try to get myself ready for readings. I mean, I'm kind of in the zone all the time anyway. Like, I could be anywhere. I could do a reading anytime. But it's like sometimes you really have to like invoke the presence of your invisible friends. You have to ask for the healing power of love to come into your life from up above. You ask for your invisible friends to join you. Maybe you're not sensing it. Maybe you're not getting psychic visions or anything. But if you say, like, you know, my dear invisible friends, I know you're there. I don't necessarily see you and chat with you every day, but I'd really appreciate it if you could hang out with me right now so I can really make the most of this reading with Tarot Illumination. I know Tarot Illumination has his own invisible friends over there too, so let's make it a kind of a group team effort thing because it seems to work better that way. Thank you very much. So that's kind of what I do, but I also do it for myself. I kind of invite my invisible friends to come and join in. Like, you can't see them, but they're there. They're literally right there. Okay? And I don't know how else to describe it. It's like having a warm hand on your shoulder. It's like having a dear, dear friend who loves you and trusts you no matter what, even in your worst moments. Hold on, Frittily. Frittily, okay. Let me, Jeffrey, let me go back to the stage here. I got to make a note for Frittily. Okay, let's just do this. Fritterly wants to know about what happens after the Unemployment Development Department. I call it the EDD. Fritali. Big questions. Big, big questions. It's very tough sometimes for you, Fritali, because you're one of these people, it's almost like a curse, having like a super high-powered brain, and then the problem is, what am I supposed to do with that? Ah! Oh. I see you, Mr. Eastman. Questions regarding work opportunities after unemployment. Okay, so that's kind of specific. So let's just leave it at that, okay? We're not going to do anything more. All right. So here we go. Jeffrey, you're up. Let's see what we've got. We're going to go big and wide. I know you're a bit concerned about that job matter. Sure, everybody's worried about jobs and money and things like that. Actually, I like your words there, Jeffrey. It's kind of reassuring. It's kind of a very calming message that you're sharing with us. Thank you, because I know a lot of people are having serious issues right now. Cards are already well shuffled. I don't do reversals, and I don't do jumpers and flyers. I just like to keep it super simple. I'm going to do what I always do on Sunday Night Live. I'm just going to use the Tarot Lumination situational spread. It's the same spread that they connect up to the White House Situation Room, no matter who's in office. Okay? I'm just there on call, just doing what I do. Let's have a look. Okay, Jeffrey, what's going on? Let's have a look. You're one of the lucky ones, Jeffrey. Here we go. So Jeffrey, you said something about maybe moving to Dallas. Okay. Anyway, let's just see what happens. Okay, let's just see what happens. Here's the situation. Here's the challenge. Here's how we're going to handle it. Let's have a look at the weather for Jeffrey. Now, as you know, when I do weather, I often look at these things. I consider this weather. I look at this like a little, just like you would look at a weather report, a live weather report. Okay? So let's just say this is the global planetary influence. How is this affecting you? That's just out there. You know, you can't... it is what it is. Hurricanes are hurricanes. Tsunamis are tsunamis. Nice weather's nice weather. Radical upheaval weather is radical upheaval weather. Whatever it is, we'll deal with it. So we've got the Death card here. So I think this is change is inevitable. And you mentioned something about moving, and you mentioned something about maybe not necessarily being at your current job, when or how or whatever. But if you look at the Death card here, please don't be frightened. It's all about change and transformation, ultimately for the better. A lot of people are terrified of change. They just don't want to deal with what happens when things change, because people like to be comfortable. People would almost rather be swimming in dire pain rather than face the unknown or face the potential of having to change. Because having to change, forced change, can often mean work. It can often stretch you and take you into the unknown, okay? And a lot of people are just terrified of the unknown. But if you embrace the unknown, then it can work for you. Basically, you can tell yourself, you know what? If change is inevitable, okay, so Jeffrey, it will be something like this. Something like this. You know what? Since change is inevitable, change is coming. There's this year 2020 is cataclysmic when it comes to change. We've got 3 major eclipses all in a row. We just had one. We've got one coming up on the 21st, plus all the retrogrades, and then we've got the new moon eclipse we got the full moon eclipse on the 4th of July. God, you should see the charts. Anyway, change is coming whether you or we like it or know it or not. So for you, Jeffrey, in particular, change is of the essence. I think of it as vibrational energy healing. When I see the death card there for you, I see this as something like facing reality. Okay? It's like, you know what? Since change is inevitable, the best way to handle this is to face into it directly and ask for it to come to you. Okay? To bring it on. In other words, you're going through the valleys of change. Please bring to me that which is mine. Please take away from me that which is not mine. Thank you, dear angels, dear guardians, dear invisible friends. That is my wish right now. That's how I would handle that energy. Bring me to my new life. Bring my destiny to me. Help me to go through the shock, the awe, the transformation, the vibrational, what I think of as vibrational energy healing. And then you change. Bring it on, bring it on, bring it on. So what's the situation itself? Okay, the 6 of Pentacles here. So to me this feels like let's establish that you're going through a kind of an evaluation phase right now, where the financial and worldly aspects of your life are very, very important, and they need to be examined almost like a spreadsheet, you know, because Jeffrey, I know you're involved in business and finance and things like that, and if you look at yourself as an enterprise, Jeffrey Longoria, CEO of JL Enterprises, okay, and like all good leaders and bosses of good companies, good enterprises, it's really important to, it's almost like have a weekly board meeting, a weekly or a monthly or a daily meeting with yourself. Like some companies, like the boss over at Amazon, he doesn't have massive, even though he's like got, you know, hundreds of thousands of people working for him in his company, and he's got a huge board and everything. What he actually does to get things done is he holds these really small meetings with only maybe 5, 6, or 7 people, and he makes the meetings very short and sweet, and it's basically about a continuous reality check, an unrelenting, unending reality check of what now, what now, what now. For example, if you look at it like a spreadsheet, like a balance sheet, what about all the money that's coming into your life, Jeffrey? What does it mean? Where does it come from? How are you getting it? What are you doing with it when you've got it? And then flip to the other side of the spreadsheet, like an accountant or something. What about all the money, time, resources, and energy that's going out of your life? You know, cash in, cash out, expendables, unexpendables. What's that all about? Are you in harmony? Are you in balance? Because, you know, in businesses, they go through ups and downs, ebbs and flows. There are some times where you have to invest huge amounts of energy to get through to the next phase, and then you get to another phase where you reap the benefits of all the work that you did before. So my feeling is with the 6 of Pentacles here, if you're not going through a process of self-evaluation, it's really important that you go through like a reality check, like a self-evaluation. Think of yourself as the CEO, and you're holding a board meeting with yourself and your invisible friends, and you're asking for everybody to put themselves on the table. Well, you know, what's coming in? Where is it coming from? What does it mean? What's going out? You know, am I in a deserving position? Am I doing a good job as being the CEO of JL Enterprises? Okay? Is everything in harmony, in balance? Are there things that are out of harmony that need to be brought into balance? Do I need to find ways to bring more money in? Or do I need to find ways to cut overheads? What is it going on? Can I afford to put some money aside and start to build a trust fund? Can I do all sorts of, whatever it is? I think what's happening is it's important to have a really good, very, very neutral, an extremely neutral, detached look at your life right now, and like stock taking, you know, like restaurants or corporations or businesses, especially that have inventory. You have to take stock of your life right now. If you are not taking stock of your life right now, it is very important that you take stock of your life right now and evaluate it, literally like a spreadsheet. The pros and the cons, cash in, cash out, assets, liabilities, that kind of thing. And then sit on that, okay? Wait till the eclipse comes and see what you see, and what does that mean to you. Once you understand what that is, then you will have more clarity about where your life is going to be going, because things are going to change. It's inevitable that profound changes are coming. So, you know, that's kind of what they do in business forecasting anyway. Since you know that radical shifts and changes are inevitable, it's best to stay ahead of it so that you don't become a victim. Okay? All right, now, let's have a look. Okay, so what's the problem here? What are the challenges for Jeffrey right now? Okay, to me it looks like extreme self-doubt. Okay, I've got the King of Wands here. It's a very powerful energy, but it's in a very challenging position. My feeling is that you're kind of reaching a kind of a crescendo, a threshold, a build-up, and I think this is something to do with the eclipses. Okay, we just had a radical, extremely disturbing, volatile eclipse, you know, when all the, you know, for those few weeks when all the protests were happening around the country. Everyone else had their own internal experience in their own life. What happened for the eclipse with you? Now we are integrating the energy from the eclipse, and we're approaching the, which eclipse is it? The new, we've got an eclipse coming up here. Just give me a second. I want to make sure I know what I'm talking about. Give me a second. Stay there. Because on the 21st, okay, yeah, on the 21st we've got the new moon eclipse, okay? That is, okay, that's the one. Around the 21st, the sun and moon are going to be roughly in 0 to 1 degrees of Cancer. So that's a tremendous amount of pressure wherever that lies in your chart, Jeffrey, okay? So we can worry about that another time. But what I'm sensing is, since the full moon eclipse, and now that we're heading towards the new moon, everything that happened, everything that culminated, reached a crescendo in your life of awareness at the full moon eclipse a few days ago, it's being integrated right now, and it's going to be squashed and condensed into, to me it feels like a very uncomfortable realization heading into the new moon eclipse. and then for a few days after the new moon eclipse, like, this is, to me, feels like a serious, like, oh my God, gulp. Oh, this isn't just a tarot reading. This is stuff that's actually happening in my life. And then you would take a look at yourself in the mirror and realize, yes, I am a very lucky person. I am extremely capable. I have a lot that other people don't have. I have a lot of wisdom, knowledge, information, capabilities. And you have, in some ways, a lot to offer other people. But to me, this looks like extreme self-doubt. The King of Wands is such an energy of confidence, leadership, the ability to lead by example, lead by inspiration. Like, it's almost like the energy of a hero. And then here, this is about the doubt, deep, deep self-doubt about your own ability to handle profound changes, your own abilities to actually do a full stock check, full evaluation of your life because of what it might expose. In other words, what is it that you don't want to see about your life that you know you have to examine in order that you can, discover full accountability? Because without full accountability, you know that you're going to be limping going forward. And so having to face the prospect of radical, irreversible change, having to face the prospect of being held fully accountable to yourself for everything, okay? Like everything that sucks for you, everything that's good for you. You know this already because you're kind of an advanced being in your own way, Jeffrey. But that's the problem. You know this already, and to me it feels like there's a part of you where, like, I wish I didn't have to do this. I wish I could just be kind of like invisible and live a life where I was just kind of what other people would call a complete nobody. But I'm sorry, that's not on the cards for you, Jeffrey. You have to deal with this energy. So how are you going to deal with it? How are you going to capture your self-confidence again? Okay, the Princess of Swords. So with this energy here, it's like it's kind of like an honesty check, a reality check, a truth checker, like a fact checker. To me, it feels like as you go through the stock checking of your life, the self-evaluation process, it has to be done in a very, very neutral, very truthful, very systematic, very honest way where you call out the truth on yourself, okay? Everything and anything that is not working in your life is your responsibility. And that has to go on the spreadsheet. Somehow there has to be a reckoning. And at the same time, the Princess of Swords energy is also saying, by the way, do not forget to take accountability of everything in you and your life, Jeffrey. That is awesome, because that is totally your responsibility too. No matter what you might have inherited from DNA or family or whatever, you, Jeffrey, are basically the sole proprietor of Jeffrey Longoria Incorporated. You're the CEO of you and your life, and this reading is telling you to basically say, bring it on. Bring on the radical changes. Live in truth. Don't be scared of the truth. Be prepared to call out the truth on yourself. Be a whistleblower on yourself. Hold yourself accountable for anything that is not healthy or appropriate or harmonious or needs to be balanced in your life, in your world. The business of Jeffrey Longoria Incorporated. So when you do that, like, the more truthful, the more honest your, let's say, your board meeting with yourself, or if you have to talk with other people, do that. The more truthful and honest it is, and you get down to the facts, the more you will come back into your strength and your power and to be able to live by example. Because not everybody would want to do this. Not everybody would ask for this to happen in a reading or expect this to happen and then hear a reading like this kind of being called out. So to me, it looks like, to me it feels like, well, Jeffrey, you did ask for a reading, and I'm giving you the Tarot Illumination perspective. You're going to go back and take care of the details, the business of your day-to-day life. But what the reading is telling me to tell you is to be prepared to call yourself out. Bring on the changes. Invite the changes to come to you. Don't run from the changes. Change is inevitable. So bring it on. Bring it on. Please bring to me that which is mine. Please take away from me that which is not mine. Okay? Bring it on. And then deal with it. Actually, you could, like in a situation like this reading, you could do like an evaluation every day. Like every day at the end of a day, like they do it like at a retail shop, you do the accounting at the end of the day. Like check the register, check the cash register, cash in, cash out, and then a weekly summary, and then a monthly summary. And get it all in a very, very orderly way, just the way a really capable, successful corporation would run, okay, in a very just, honest, well-meaning manner, okay? Call it out. So it's important to call it out on yourself. Live in the truth. Be your own whistleblower, okay? There you go. Thanks, Jeffrey. Okay, so up next is Tina. Tina, you've been going through so much. God. Jeepers. Who's this? What's this? I see an orange blob Tarot Illumination. Hey man, you probably don't remember me. Mike. Honestly, I don't. I'm sorry, Mike. I don't. Makes me sad to see you still do your thing. Best reader ever. Thank you, Mike. Hello, Gabby. Fritalee. Hello, you're probably waiting for your little furry friends. Hello, Divine Time. Thank you for being here. Okay, I'm just going to shuffle all these things up a little bit. I'm going to put ACAT over here. Fritalee is up for ACAT. And we got space for a couple more readings. So let's do this. Gosh, Tina, talk about change. Talk about someone who's going through so much change. And you've got a lot on your plate. All that stuff you were talking about in the chat with your mom. Man. And then Zoe, collecting all the ashes, coordinating with your family so you can do the big move. You've already done contracts on the house. God, that's an awful lot for anybody to have on their plate at any one time. It's a lot of stuff, okay? So your kids are doing some window shopping for you. That's cool. Hey, Jeffrey, it says it says here from Jeffrey, I have no idea how any of this affects my chart. Well, that's why I like kind of doing tarot readings, because you know, even though I love my little amateur astrology stuff, I like making my astrodoodles, and I have no problems to incorporate those in personal readings with people. You don't actually need it for the tarot, because the tarot just cuts through to what needs to be cut through, you know? So, yeah. I like the freedom of the tarot. The astrology is in some ways it's a very precise language. It has a lot of room for interpretation and reinterpretation, but the actual like movements of the planets, the measurements of their movements are very precise and super hyper predictable, and The same information about the movement of the planets is available to, you know, NASA, the space programs, and, you know, the weather people. It's the same information that's used by astrologers. I think that's pretty cool. I'm just going to flip back in the chat, Tina, because I know if I recall, you said something there in the notes, but I can't remember what you said. So just give me a second, and I'll be right there. I gotta go check this out. Give me a moment here. So let's have a look. I think Tina was first in, wasn't she? Okay, there you are. Hold on. Oh yeah, so you were mentioning, should you talk to a lawyer about the complete screw up with your mom? Screw up by the doctors and the hospitals, okay? Well, I'm just going to offer a personal opinion before we even get into the reading, Tina. I've had to deal with sort of several what you could call malpractice situations in my own life. You know, when you're kind of it's just really grim. But I also learned, and also, Tina, you've got, you know, a history in healthcare yourself. You're a professional, so you know a lot about what can go wrong and how and why. But that doesn't mean that, you know, with the care providers, the doctors and the hospitals are immune. The thing is, legally speaking, I've noticed that hospitals and doctors and insurance companies are extremely heavily protected by the law, okay? So that they can continue to do what they do without constantly being sued or blamed for things that go wrong. Okay. So Tina's saying, what's over there? So this hospital has a long history of screwing up. Yow. Ouch, ouch, ouch. It's sort of like schools, isn't it? The schools and hospitals and companies have reputations. And some places really suck. Some places are riddled with incompetence. Some places have really outstanding, you know, characteristics. You know what, Tina? I need another one of these. So just sit right there. I'm going to get a refresher. This is just my like Sunday night super special treat. I love doing this with you guys. Gives me a chance to kind of do my exercise, you know. Hello, Cheryl. Thank you. Welcome. I just saw you. Cheryl Ibanez is a new subscriber. Cheryl, if you really want to participate, get on the email list. Check the description box below after the video or any of the videos. You can become a member. That helps to keep Tarot Illumination going. You can subscribe to get the letters. You can also subscribe to YouTube. If you're going to subscribe through YouTube, then don't forget to press the bell. There's a little kind of bell-shaped thing, and that makes sure that you get your notifications. So Cheryl, make sure that you press the bell so that you get your notifications about YouTube, okay? Yeah, that just, Gina, that just sounds like pure incompetence, negligence, incompetence, dereliction of duty. Horrible, horrible behavior. Horrible. Okay. Now, okay, Tina, I'm just going to share another thing again before I go into it. What I've noticed with malpractice situations, because I have a friend of mine, he died because of doctor error, hospital error, and it was extremely embarrassing for everybody involved. And I don't know what's happened yet because I haven't spoken to my buddy's wife, but she eventually, it took her a year to find some attorneys who would hold the hospital accountable. Basically a malpractice suit against the hospital. It's extremely hard to find an attorney who is willing to take on a malpractice suit against a hospital. So I'm just letting you know, but my buddy's situation was so extreme and so dire and so obvious. But even in a situation that's very dire and very obvious, it was still extremely hard to find anybody who would take on the malpractice suit. So we'll see what happens. See, that's bad, Tina. They're only focused on COVID. Oh, man. Oh, man, I'm sorry, Tina. That's really bad. All right, let's have a look. Let's just look at a bigger picture, okay, Tina? Because there's so much happening in your life right now, okay? You lost Zoe. You lost your mom. You're moving to Houston to be with family and kids and to have some fun. And you're leaving behind an awful, awful lot of stuff. Now, a lot of the stuff that you're leaving behind is kind of trauma. So you might have like a trailer load of trauma that you're going to be carrying with you. So my feeling is like, how can we lighten the load? How can we get, what messages do we need to have here? What messages do we have here for Tina regarding the matters of ... what I see as a transition to new life. Life of trauma and pain and injustice to a life of family and healing, okay? It's a very different energy moving from one life to this other life. And a lot of healing. I know, Tina, because you're kind of a healer anyway, and you're eager to bring healing to all the wounding of the past, say to the new life over here. But also it's about healing for yourself, you know. You need healing too. And sometimes maybe the best ways to heal the traumas that you're still carrying from here is to focus on the good stuff over here. And you know, I mean, it sounds like I'm trying to get out of the reading. It sounds ridiculous, but you know, like the past is the past. Bygones are bygones. SHIT happens, and it's all true. If I sat here all day, every day, focusing on all the injustice and the pain and the losses in my own life, I would have shot myself long ago. I still get recurrence like nightmares, but in the end, I've done a lot of self-healing, and most of the self-healing is to basically bless my enemies. I bless my enemies. That's what I do. I bless my enemies. And I bless the ones that I love. Whatever it is, you just put out the love. Anyway, let's get on with your reading. I'm not saying to walk away. On the other hand, let me just do one more shuffle. I'm going to add one last comment where you go into a situation, you realize there are some battles that are not worth fighting. There are some wars that cannot be won. And there are some wars that cost so much, you know, that it's not a war worth fighting. Because you need to have a whole life ahead of you to lots of love and fun and sharing. There's so much good stuff ahead of you. Anyway, let me get on with it so I don't bias the reading in any way, shape, or form. I'm just offering my own personal feelings there, okay, Tina? Let's have a look. Hey, Joanna! Greetings! Thank you for hanging out. Okay, I've already shuffled, okay? I'm going to do it in a very classic, simple three-way cut. Let's see what comes up here. You know the routine, Tina. You've got a lot of invisible friends, by the way. Furry friends. Two-legged friends. Angels, archangels, multiple generations of invisible friends. So you're very lucky, Tina. I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but what I'm sensing here is that you have layers and layers and layers of invisible friends. And they want to be here for you for the good stuff, okay? They understand you and the sad stuff, but they really want to be with you for the good stuff. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. Now, your question was about, do you basically go to war regarding the passing of your mom? You're going to go for malpractice. You're going to get an attorney, all that stuff. Are you going to do that? Let's have a look. Look at the weather today, right now. Okay, I'm just going to reference my little astrodoodle tonight, right now. This is what's happening. There's a lot of what I call global collective insanity. This is the mark of insanity here as far as I'm concerned. Violent, uncontrollable self-expression, where anything and everything that has not been integrated into the soul in terms of deep understanding is coming out like a radical, violent, uncontrolled energy. And it's looking for expressions, and it's just coming out in terms of violent self-expression all over the world. Millions and millions of people. So let's have a look. For Tina, the weather, so right now we have the Ten of Pentacles. Aha! Okay. So, to me, this is like almost like nothing to do with the astrology itself. My feeling is this is a really big, powerful message from your invisible friends. They're basically saying, Tina, we understand you. We completely understand you. You're a very wealthy woman. You're a very blessed woman. You're a very happy woman. You're a very lucky woman. They're just trying to remind you of all of that. Yes, you've got some horrible things that happen. Yes, there's some horrible injustice, unfair, incompetence. There's a very powerful message here of let's take account of the wealth and the abundance and the family and all the good stuff that you have, the wealth and abundance that you contain naturally inside of you. Measurable evidence, evidence of loving and being loved. You are loving, you are loved, okay? And I'm talking about love as a measurable thing. Like you can measure things, okay? I'm not talking just about money here, but I'm talking about love in the grand concept. The love of family. You and the family people and the family people in you. And that love is measured in terms of actual ingredients. Trust, harmony, good listening, compassion, kindness, patience, the ability to live and let live, the ability for you to protect and defend your private time, your assets, your strength, your obligation to remain strong and healthy and abundant. And in so doing, you can share your strength, your wealth, your abundance with others in terms of what would be, think of it almost like happy family. But it's measurable. I'm not just talking about the emotion here. I'm talking about that deep, deep sense of calm, the deep sense of content, where you don't really have to talk about it. Imagine yourself on a rocking chair, okay, years from now, and you're thinking of stories in the past, and maybe you're doing what I do. You're having a little sip of something, and you've got kids, grandkids, relatives, home, property, and it's all there. And it's like this. Okay, just imagine. I'm just trying to act the role here. Okay, so Tina, it's just like this. What I'm thinking of, big picture, the Ten of Pentacles is saying, don't forget how lucky you are. Okay? Just think of the long term. Think of the big picture. Imagine yourself on that rocking chair on the porch. It's the energy of contentment. You're not doing anything. You may be having a smoke or something or whatever it is you do. I'm having a beverage. and you're just soaking it up. You don't have to go screaming and yelling about, like, oh, let's have a party, let's do this, or things are, it's the energy of contentment, okay? Very calm, rich, deep sense of contentment. That is available to you. It's out there, it's right there for you. That's what I'm sensing here. With the Ten of Pentacles. It's almost like a message, take full advantage of everything right now, of all of the good stuff, all the measurable stuff. What's the situation itself? Okay, so we've got the Hanged Man here. So my feeling is like, this makes sense to me in that it's almost like I get to be able to tell you, Tina, that it's okay to freak out. It's okay to be freaked out. It's okay to be completely discombobulated at this time, because you've endured so many layers of trauma, you know, all in a row, and it's compounding. This is the energy of shock. Remember the last time we hung out? I can't remember when, but well, I sensed like shock compounded by delayed shock, and more shock compounded by delayed shock. So what I'm sensing here with the Hanged Man is that you're still in shock. You're still in a state of shock, and that's perfectly okay. Nothing wrong with that. It would be perfectly appropriate to be in a state of shock. Okay, delayed shock, denied shock, shock that is buried, shock that is basically being managed or very well managed, but still it is shock nonetheless. The energy of being disembodied from the self, the energy of, what do they call it? Dissociation. You know what happens when people have gone through an extreme shock? They dissociate. They call it dissociative behavior. And it's the way, it's a survival mechanism. So my feeling is with the Hangman here is, let's just be honest, you're still in shock, and that makes perfect sense. Nothing good or bad about that. Shock is a thing. It's real. It's a measurable thing. I think it's a medical term as far as I know. It's perfectly okay to be in shock. It's okay to be traumatized, and because trauma induces shock. I'm not saying it's okay to be traumatized. What I'm saying is trauma exists, and it's perfectly normal to be in a state of shock having endured so much trauma. Okay, so let's go on. Let's see, what is the actual challenge here? Okay, so I've got the Four of Pentacles. To me, this looks like extreme deep fear, as though all the bad things in your life are much bigger than the good things in your life. And the state of shock in which you were in is like reverberating and shaking to the point where you're terrified of losing any kind of sense of stability or foundation in your own life, in your own world. Okay? And it's like, if I refer this to the medical malpractice situation, or whether you want to do it or not, my feelings with the Four of Pentacles is like, we have to acknowledge that by, you know, energy flows where attention goes, okay? So if you focus huge amounts of energy on retaliation, on justice, on medical accountability, maybe like suing the hospital, suing the doctors for millions of dollars of damages because you lost your mom, or they lost your mom, okay, I could see the sense in that, because it feels good to have justice. But what I feel is that this shock, all this shock, has kind of like threatened your sense of stability in life, your sense of foundations and structure in your life, and you don't like that. You like having physical, material stability. It's lovely to have a nice home. It's lovely to have money in the bank. It's lovely to have beautiful animals that you love and they love you. And then when all these shocks happen, it's like having an earthquake. It shakes up the core foundations of your life and your world. And my feeling is that you're still terrified while being in the shock, this state of shock, that the foundations of your life and your world are deep down in jeopardy. But I think this is very deeply buried. I think this is almost like an energy you're denying. In other words, to me, it's very obvious that you're going to figure things out, Tina. It sounds like you're going to make your move. You're going to be with family. You're going to be with loved ones. You're going to be able to share your abundance with them. They can share with you. And there will be healing. There will be all the classic ingredients, measurable evidence of goodness in your life, in your world. But deep down at the soul level, it feels to me like you're terrified of the losses that have happened, and it's how it has kind of shaken your world at the very foundations. That's understandable. Now, does that mean you go out and sue the hospitals? I'm not sure. So let's have a look. How are we going to deal with this? Okay. So we've got the Three of Cups here. To me, this is like, I don't want to discount the tragedy of what happened to your mom. I don't want to discount the trauma that happened because of the loss of Zoe. I don't want to discount the threats of destabilization from, having to say goodbye to one life where you are now and then moving to a new life. To me, it looks like here you're looking at new horizons, new starts, new beginnings, where it's going to be almost like a whole new world. Yes, you might be coming out of a world of trauma, and yes, you could spend huge amounts of time and resources and energy to seek justice, to compensate for the incompetence and injustice of that hospital and those doctors. However, what this is indicating to me, to tell you, to me it almost feels like, it's almost like, okay. Give me a second, my chair is collapsing. Well, hold on, give me a second. Oh my God, I'm going to have to get a new chair. I'm going to have to get a new chair for the next show. Sorry. Anyway, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. So, what I'm sensing, Tina, it's kind of like, it feels like, I wish I didn't have to actually do this reading, because I feel like I'm actually relating with someone who's very competent, very capable, and understands exactly what's going on. But like there's this desire for justice. It's understandable. So there is not a card here that indicates this, but when I look at the spread overall, one of the first things that comes to me is this whole concept of like energy flows where attention goes. So if you focus all your attention on war, justice, combat, legal battles, what happens is you get sucked into all the nasty stuff that goes with it. It's really draining. It's extremely exhausting to go into legal warfare with a very large entity. Medical malpractice suits can be very, very draining, and there's no guarantee of any kind of useful, positive outcome or justice. So when I see this reading, what I'm sensing, it's almost like all the invisible friends, yours and mine, are basically saying, it's okay, Tarot Illumination, just say what you're going to say, and then blame it on us. Blame it on the invisible friends. You're just being a voice box, okay? You're just an instrument. You're just an instrument of the healing power of love. Just do your freaking job, TL. It's not a big deal. We, the invisible friends, feel like what Tina needs to understand is all the good stuff. You've got good stuff in your life, Tina. You know that, okay? There's been horrible stuff going on. But energy flows where attention goes. If you focus on the good stuff, and there's a lot of good stuff, then that feeds on itself. In other words, imagine tending a garden. Are you going to put all your water and nutrients and energy onto the weeds? Or are you going to put all your water and nutrients and energy onto the flourishing garden and family and home? Okay? That's all it is. It's a choice. It's a decision. So my feeling is, be aware of the good stuff. Be aware of how incredibly lucky you are in some ways, perhaps relative to other people. Yes, there's been shock and trauma. Yes, it's very disturbing and it's been threatening to your basically whole life and foundations. There's going to be change coming up. But the way to handle it is to get on and move forward with the good stuff, home and family, and share that love. The Three of Cups there, to me it looks like move. Do what you know has to be done. Do that thing. Get over there to Houston. Hang out with the people you love. Hang out with the people who love you. And have a good life. You know? Really, seriously. And yes, this could be like deep wounding. Every time you talk about it, every time you bring it up into a conversation or into a reading or into the home and family, you're going to get sucked back into this, okay? And then you end up, Tina, you end up in a situation like, damn it, I have to live knowing that all this injustice didn't have to happen, but it did. But then again, it's like, it keeps, this to me that looks like a reading that just goes in a circle. It goes in a circle, circle, circle. Focus on the good stuff. You have so much good stuff. Yes, it's destabilizing. Yes, there's been trauma. Yes, you're going to move. But the way to handle it is look at the good stuff, family, and hang out. Literally hang out with your loved ones. Even here with the Terra Lumination Love Tribe, there are some amazing people here who would, support you if they could, virtually or in fact in person, They would love to have a party with you, I would love to come over and have a party with you. I'd like to have a beverage with you, So, I'm going to try and leave this as a neutral thing. I'm not going to try and tell you, yes, it's time to litigate. No, it's time to stop litigating and walk away. All I'm suggesting here is that the reading is coming from your invisible friends. Please focus on the good stuff. Understand and accept that you've been totally screwed over. You got totally bummed out. And your mom got screwed over. All of it. It sucks. Yes, it sucks. But you've got all this. This is the good stuff. This is what counts. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. All right. So I'm not going to labor this anymore, Tina. You asked for the reading. You paid for the reading. You got the reading. I've given you the reading. I'm just an instrument, okay? Thank you, Tina. It wasn't that heavy. It wasn't that bad, okay? You're already on top of things. You're already on it. You're going to be okay. And you actually know that too. All right, so let me get on. Let's go. Let's have who's next. Thank you, Tina. Cat is up next. Let's have a look. I gotta shuffle up the deck, Cat. Hold on. Oh, look at some notes there. Do you see the notes, Tina, from Gabby Girl and Love Triber? Yeah. Now, in certain situations, you have to fight. You have to go to war, okay? But you, in other words, you know, because I've been dealing with these things, a lot of these things in my life and helping other people too. You have to pick your battles. Some battles are not worth fighting. Some wars are not worth winning. You can end up heavily depleted just by trying to prove a point, and it's just not worth it. So anyway, okay, hold on. ECAT's coming up with a lot of notes here. Hold on. Let me shuffle this and I'll read the notes at the same time if I can. Okay, ECAT. TL, number 1. I want a life partner. I want love. Number 2. My knock borderline ex of 20 years emotionally manipulated my 17, 19, and 21-year-old daughters to reject me, their mother. I feel alone. My light is dimming. That sucks. That's really, really bad. I'm sorry, that's really, really bad. Ugh, ugh. What a horrible, horrible situation. Ew. Oh. Well, ECAT, you're not alone, and your light is not dimming. I can see your light here very clearly on the screen. You're here with us. You're with some good people. One of the things I've noticed about the people who come to this channel, a lot of them have been through some really serious SHIT, and they're still here to tell the tales. I guarantee pretty much everyone here in the chat right now has some nightmare horror stories, but they came out the other side okay. They're still alive. They still find a way to be loving and be loved. What I think is tragic about your notes is how your daughters reject. Oh, it's just awful, awful. So ECAT, please take full advantage of the Tarot Illumination Love Tribe. Become a member. Hang out with us. Eventually I'm going to get back to membership meetings. They're very empowering because what happens is it's like a support group. People who've been through SHIT, they know what it's like. They know what it's like to go through years, decades of abuse, manipulation, suffering, okay? And then healing, coming out the other side. There is healing. There is a potential for healing, but you have to want to heal. You have to be prepared to go through the process of what I call, whoops, okay? This is fundamental to healing, okay? It's fundamental, especially the healing, that kind of stuff that we do on this channel, okay? So it's a core essence of this Tarot Illumination thing that we do, that you have to reveal it to heal it. Okay, so ECAT, the first step is that you're walking into a public forum right now. YouTube is public. There's going to be a couple people watching this video. There's people here who are live right now. What you're doing, what's actually happening is you're going through an episode of where you're going to reveal it to heal it. Now, you might have been dealing with this problem for, 20 years or something, and your daughters, 17, 19, and 21, and maybe you've got all sorts of counseling or help from friends and neighbors or not, but regardless, you're here now, and you're revealing it in a very, very simple way. That ex found a way to turn your own kids against you. Okay? Talk about an injustice. So I'm not saying we're going to fix it or heal it here tonight, poof, but the first step is that you have to reveal it to heal it. So you've done a very huge revelation, a huge revealing. Okay? Alright, so ECAT. I'm not saying we're going to figure out how to, how we're going to actually solve this or heal it. But I think from my perspective here as a reader, I've done thousands of reading. I hope to keep doing readings. And is that it's really about the healing is what we do on this channel. Yes, the tarot is fun and it's interesting. Yes, the astrodoodles are fun and interesting. But what's the meaning? What's the purpose? As far as I'm concerned, it's all about healing. It's the healing. And the first steps in healing is you have to reveal it to heal it. So that's what I believe is happening here. It's a very simple revealing. It's obviously a very deep wound, and it's left deep scars that have gone on for a long time. And you know it's not the end of the world. By the way, Ikat, since I can't remember ever seeing you here before, you're probably noticing on the chat that there's a lot of interactive support between the chat members. Quite a few, some of the people here are actual members, okay? Some are subscribers, but some of them are actual members, and there tends to be this thing where it's kind of like a mutual support society, like a little tiny miniature support group, okay? It's a digital, virtual thing, but oddly enough, it does seem to work. There is some merit to this stuff that we do here. Okay? Okay. You see, look at all these wise words coming from these wise women. Frittily is a very smart woman, manifesting love, okay? Gabby Girl is a very smart woman, a very loving person. Love Triber has been through so much. They're all offering valid perspectives. So Ikat, you're in the right place with the right people for the right reason, okay? Let's have a look. So you have revealed it. Let's have a look. Let's just take a look, see what the messages are that are going to come through for you. I'm sensing a lot of compassion here. To me, okay, here I'm just going to try and describe something because sometimes I get these little episodes. That's one of the things I love about doing this show. You never know what's going to happen or when it's going to happen. This is happening live right now. Just now, when I started, I was just talking about you, Ikat, and the what's happening here. Like the sharing stuff that happens, like all the comments that are coming on there that are directed towards your well-being, okay, Ikat? So at the same time, I was sitting here and I had this very kind of vivid, sparkly kind of revelation that it's there are a lot of what I call my invisible friends. I have my own little, team. I have my own team of invisible friends. But there's a crowd here tonight, okay? Even though we're just a tiny crowd on the screen, on the chats, there's only like, you know, we've only got like 3 or 4 readings tonight. So it's really like a tiny show. But in terms of the broader perspective, I can vouch for you that there is a huge crowd of invisible friends here. There's like a whole collection, like layers and layers and layers of it that have just decided, you know what, this is fun. Like there's all the invisible friends from Ikat, whether you like them or know them or not, it kind of doesn't matter. They're still there. And so it's like, what I think is happening right now for you, Ikat, is just like, my job is just to sort of convey and be an instrument. And I feel obliged to let you know that I felt a huge surge in the presence of angels, invisible friends, spirits from the great beyond. Like a gathering. It isn't just like, you know, like when you do those mediumship TV shows and you have a psychic reading. There's like an uncle, a grandma, and a, you know, your dog. Something like that. This is much more. There's layers and layers of it, like an auditorium full of invisible friends, because they like to hang out. They like doing this stuff. They like the whole idea of you have to reveal it to heal it, because that's where they come in. So what I'm going to suggest, Ikat, is that you kind of basically take it on trust. They're out there, and what you can do is you can ask for your invisible friends to come and visit you, make themselves known to you. Something like this. Dear invisible friends, I'm not sure how much I believe in this stuff, but I gave Tarot Illumination some money for a reading. I have all these horrible things going on from my ex and sadly, with my daughters and whatever. Please would you make yourself known to me? Send me a sign, bring me some messages, like do something magical, do something from the invisible realms, do something from out of the ether that lets me know that you're here. Send me a sign to know that I am loved and I'm surrounded by my own invisible friends. Thank you very much. Okay? So if you could do that, if you, Ikat, could do that yourself, for yourself, I would do that right now, just a tiny little gesture, and then we'll get into the reading. Okay? Don't worry, Ikat, it's normal on this show. Every other show I end up crying somewhere. Maybe every 4 shows I end up in some kind of little awkward spot, but that's normal. I'm kind of used to it, and nobody actually cares. It's okay. So I'm just going to finish the shuffle for you, Ikat. So you don't have to actually do anything except hang out here and trust and believe that you are surrounded by love. You are surrounded by loving people, people in the chat, and your own personal invisible friends, plus a whole lot more. They get off on this stuff. They love this kind of stuff. But the thing is, it works so much better by invitation. When you deliberately invite your invisible friends to participate and join you in your life, especially if they could find ways to make themselves known. They just wait for your invitation. Okay, here we go. See? Go, love driver. All right, that's it. We are extremely nicely and clearly well shuffled right now. Let's just cut it up. See what happens. And let's go for it. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. Okay, now we're going to look at the weather for you. Right now, at this very moment in time, it's the same stuff. It's just this thing here. I call this the weather. It's an accumulation of weather up to where we are right now at this moment in time. Okay? So what's going on? We've got this. The Prince of Swords. Okay. So this is... It's kind of... It's difficult energy to handle, but it's there, and it's almost like you need to take charge of this stuff. You need to get a grasp of this thing. If you've been living a life, Ikat, where you have been subverted, undermined, thwarted, humiliated, degraded, in very subtle ways or very blunt ways, to the point where you get to the results that you talked about on the screen, where your daughters have rejected you and all the bad stuff that sucks and goes with it. My feeling here is with the Prince of Swords, okay, is to understand that the show is not over, okay? This show is not over. Your show, the Ikat show, is not over. In fact, this is a really good time to start flipping things around, where you start to, I guess I would say, you just make it your business to almost like I'm not saying be confrontational, but to start taking charge of the moment where it's time to live in truth, live in subjective truth, as opposed to the truth, subjective truth that has been imposed upon you by, let's say, an abuser, the narc, ex, whatever. Okay? So with the Prince of Swords here, my feeling is like the message is very strong. Okay? It's time to take up arms. Okay? What I'm thinking of is psycho-spiritual arms. It's time to look around you, look at your spiritual world, understand that there's massive resources out there for you. I have my invisible friends. You have your own invisible friends. There are universal energies that are there for you. They are just waiting for your invitation. So what you could do is basically say, you know what? I'm sick of all the bullshit. I am not willing to take this bullshit anymore. I invoke my guardian angels. If you think of that Prince of Swords energy as representing your guardian angels, okay? Okay? Your guardian angels are there. They are right there. They're just simply waiting on your invitation to do what has to be done. I'm extremely lucky. I'm just letting you know, okay? I'm very lucky with guardian angels. I have a massive force field because I just happen to be one of these people who's super, ultra, hyper vulnerable to all the CRAP that's out there. All the abusers, all the narcissists, all the druggies, all the thugs, all the violators, all the thieves, all the manipulators. They come to me, okay? And so I've had to learn the hard way how to protect and defend myself. And in the end, I realized, like, I've already got a force field, but you have to activate it. It's by, you don't want to sit there, like, waiting for your guardian angels to sort of, like, swoop you up at the last second as you come out of a massive car crash, and hopefully you might survive. Here's what I'm thinking of here with the Prince of Swords. Be aware that guardian angels are there. Okay? But they work, they operate much better by invitation. So my feeling is that if you have to, you know, we can work together in private later to do this if you want, but the point right now is to be aware that guardian angels are out there. They are there for you, but it's like they can't do much unless you kind of like take charge and basically say, you know what? I need my guardian angels right now. Guardian angels, step in, step in. I'm sick of being abused. I'm sick of my daughters rejecting me. I need protection. I need you to protect me, number one, from myself and my own, let's say, damage that I've endured for so long, where you have accepted and put up with the abuse, okay? And you're sitting there living with it, okay? It's time to flip it around. In other words, basically you say, you know what, dear daughters? It's almost like, you know what? If you reject me, you reject me. I'm still your mom. There's nothing you can do about that. I love you. I love you anyway. Say whatever you want. Do whatever you want. I love you anyway. It's not my problem. It's not my fault that you've been turned against me by that asshole. Okay? I love you anyway. It's been 20 years of hell. I've witnessed all of the hell for you. Okay? But I'm sick of the bullshit. It's time for this to stop. We're going to invoke some guardian angels and start to flip things around. Okay? I am your mother. I'm going to fight for you. I am going to invoke my guardian angels. Watch this. Okay? That's the kind of energy that I'm sensing here. And then you put yourself in the position of right. You call out your own subjective truth and you live in your truth. And you do what's right. Even if you are being let's say, rejected by your daughters. You don't sit there and moan about it. Just like, you know what? Okay, that's how it is. I'm still your mother. I'm still going to live my life. And I'm going to do what I have to do. Okay? So if you need help dealing with all the trauma and shit that's been imposed upon you, come and talk with me. I've got to take care of my life. I need to live in my truth. I live in universal truth. I'm not going to live in some fake, bogus truth that has been imposed upon us by some abuser. That is over. Let's have a look. What's the situation? King of Swords. Oh my God. Oh God. ACAT. Okay? ACAT with the King of Swords here. My feeling is that, God, if you're not feeling this, cat, I'm feeling it. Okay? With the King of Swords here. My feeling is that, like, just simply by you revealing it to heal it, you've kind of opened a door. And you've opened a door where it's like you look inside and you kind of go, holy shit, why didn't I do this before? Okay, but anyway, you're doing it now. You're doing the big reveal. Maybe you've talked to a lot of other people and moms or whatever, or counselors. In a way, fine, sure. But right now, what we're dealing with is kind of like a big reveal. With the King of Swords there, the situation is very, very direct, okay? Number one, it is time for you to take complete charge of the situation. No bullshit, no lies, no compromise, no fake, no bogus, distorted, abused information, misunderstandings about love and relationship, and all that stuff. I pretend I'm doing acting now, okay? I'm acting. I am a cat, okay? I am letting you know, dear abuser, dear daughters who reject me, I'm not going to put up with this shit anymore. You can reject me as much as you want, but I am me. I live in my truth. I know who I am. I love you, and I know deep down you love me. If you can't handle that, if you can't figure out that right now, it's okay. I'm still here. I'm not going away, okay? But as of now, it's almost like right now, okay? It's like you're having to make a vow, a declaration. As of now, I promise that I will not allow anyone to fuck with me, okay? Especially that guy, including my daughters. Because if your daughters have been conditioned to reject you over a very long period of time, it's time for you to stand up for that and say, I am going to reject your rejection. I no longer accept your rejection. Okay? Sorry. So it's a really powerful message, okay? Not only is it time for you to be the boss and take charge of it and flip everything around and live in truth, your own truth, your subjective truth, and let's just award you some points that your subjective truth is in alignment with universal truth, okay? Give yourself permission to believe that you live in universal truth and then live it out, okay? So there's like a double message here with the King of Swords. One is that it's time for you to live in truth and take complete charge of it, not put up with any bullshit. And number two, if you're not there yet, it is time for this to happen, okay? This is the time. Now. It starts now. Now, what's the problem with this? Because it's a very big leap. It's a very big calling. By the way, also with the King of Swords here, it might imply that you're going to have to face off to someone who believes that they are superior to you. And that's when you have to be fully prepared to fight back. Okay? And the best way to fight back is to deny them what they want, which is the ability to abuse and pervert and undermine you and your children. So how do you do that? You don't respond. You don't deal with it. You basically ignore them. The worst, most painful thing you could do to a narcissist is to ignore them. By ignoring somebody, it's an extremely powerful weapon. Anyway, what's the challenges here? Okay, with the Queen of Swords, to me it looks like no matter what I just said here with all these swords energy, it looks like you're actually terrified of actually having to do this. Terrified of having to deal with your ex. Terrified of having had to deal with your ex. Terrified of having to deal with all the rejections and the conditioning that has been basically bedded into your daughters. And, you know, for all the power and strength here and all the conviction to do what has to be done, to live in truth, to live in justice, to me it also looks like deep down you're actually terrified to do it, because it's like the demand is so extreme, it's so high. And so to me it feels like, before we look at this card, don't forget your guardian angels. You can't do this on your own. Okay, if you've got an ex, make sure that they are an ex, a real ex. Not an ex that lingers and lingers and lingers, but an actual ex that is completely exed. The healing power, okay, look at it this way. If you look at the Queen of Swords, it's one of the most powerful cards of the healing power of you. Okay? So when I see the Queen of Swords there in this very challenging position, it's like the shadow side of the message that I've been trying to convey already. Like, thanks TL, it's okay for you to talk about it. You're over there on your channel and I'm way over here, but you don't know what it's like to be a mother of 3 daughters who reject you and dealing with this ex-person, so and so. To the point of divorce, you know, like divorce. I'm not talking about a legal divorce. I'm talking about a complete exorcism. Like it's almost like there needs to be a complete exorcism here, which means a massive exercise in this. I now exorcise you. Okay. I'm acting again like I'm pretending I'm ECAT and I'm like doing live theater with my ex. I'm basically saying, dear ex, okay, you've done all the damage you can do already. It's okay. I'm still their daughter. But as from this moment in time, okay, that's it. But it's actually very hard to do. And that's what I'm saying, that when the Queen of Swords is there in that position, the actual reality of having to use the healing power of no. I've worked to try to help women who are living like in abusive situations, for example. Sometimes it's extremely hard for the abusee to stand up to the abuser, because every time the abusee stands up to the abuser, you risk more abuse. In other words, the more you stand up to the abuser, the more possibility of more abuse. Okay? So it's a perfectly understandable thing, and it escalated tremendously during all the lockdowns in the last 3 months. I don't know if you noticed on the news that there are a lot of families and women and children who have been suffering in family situations that are loaded and riddled with abuse. But the problem is, when you're locked in a situation where the abusee is there with you 24/7, it's much harder to deal with it. So actually, even though the emergency calls to the abuse centers have decreased, that's a very strong indicator that the abuse is actually increasing. Okay, if that makes sense. Anyway, okay. Gregory Ross has chipped in. It's time to get out the double-barreled shotgun. Thank you, Gregory. ECAT is talking about the Stockholm Syndrome. ECAT. would you please describe the Stockholm Syndrome to other people here in the chat in case people don't know what it is? Okay? Anyway, let me keep going. So how are we going to deal with this? Okay, you know you're going to have to take charge. You know you're going to have to invoke your guardian angels because you can't do all this stuff that what you have to do. You can't do it on your own. You need to do it by creating a spiritual army, okay? So that you can take charge, you can be the boss, knowing that you are guided and you are protected, okay? And that is a terrifying prospect. The actual prospect of actually having to use the healing power of no. The healing power of you. It's terrifying to actually put it in action at times. So how are we going to deal with this? Okay, so look at it this way. With the Two of Wands, it's a decision. It's a decision. Let's break this down, okay, Ikat? What happens if you don't do what you know you have to do? It's a decision. There are outcomes that result from decisions. If you decide to live in fear, if you decide to allow the abuse to perpetuate, you are going to create an outcome that is just going to get worse and worse and worse. So you're being called upon to make really profound and very simple decisions here. Am I going to let this continue, or am I going to put a stop to all this? That's it. So you already know the answer. You know that you're going to have to make a decision that is just and right, and it's going to be in some ways very hard to do. And a lot of that is inside of yourself too. And it's not. I'm not saying it's going to be an easy answer, but a decision usually is like flipping a switch. So once you understand that now that you reveal this to Helios, you're going to be exposed to the reality of what is happening, what has to be done, and how to do it. You can't do this on your own. You're going to need your guardian angels. You're going to need your invisible friends and your visible friends to lean on to help you so that you can now be the boss. You can take charge. And no matter how scary it is, you're going to be the one who says, you. Okay? Instead of that coming at you, you're going to flip it around. And so you realize it is a simple decision. It's very, very simple. I have to make the decision that this is going to happen. Because if I don't make the decision to make this stuff happen, then what you end up doing is now you become complicit as the perpetrator who is basically now in, what's the word? There's a word for it. Give me a second. You are now complicit. Okay? So this is a very tough reading. Okay, Ikat? This decision, this Two of Wands, is kind of a very, very blunt, very in-your-face tough decision. And I'm going to say it. Please don't take this personally. In other words, if you make the decision to do what has to be done, that you know deep in your heart, your soul, your spirit, you know it has to be done, no matter how frightening it is to use the healing power of no, if you make the decision to do that, it's life-changing. It's not going to give instant results, but it will change everything. And everyone will realize, like, holy shit, Ikat's not Ikat anymore. What's she doing? Oh my God. Okay. However, let's go back to the Two of Wands. If you make the decision to go like, oh, I don't think I can do this. Now that you are aware of your full participation in the situation, okay? You are part of this equation, okay? You have tolerated years of abuse. You have tolerated and allowed this rejection for the daughters to come at you. This has to stop. You know that. So the question is, the decision is, if you walk away or if you decide not to do what has to be done, then essentially you become complicit in the abuse. Okay? It's a horrible message for me to have to deliver, but I have to deliver that. Okay? It's about truth. It's about honesty. It's about justice. It's about power. Living in truth. Okay? Universal truth. Okay? You've been dealing with the subjective truth of an asshole. Now it's time to live in your subjective truth. Invoke your guardian angels and trust that you are on the side of universal truth, and that universal truth is coming there to support you. You're revealing it to the healing. The healing is coming, but it has to, all healing is self-healing, so it means you have to commit to going forward living in the truth. Okay? Okay? So, that last little thing there about complicity, about compliance. Okay? I'm just the messenger, all right? Okay. Thanks, Ikat. So that's your reading. Okay? Okay, I see your note there. Enabling. Yeah, okay? So you're not stupid, Ikat. You know exactly what's going on here. But you're dealing with something that's frightening, scary, and... Okay? Oh, I'm gonna highlight your message. It got blocked here. Hold on. Okay. Super duper. I saw something else on. Okay. All right. So. All right. So. Jeepers. Yeah, that was a little bit of a awkward message. It just seems to happen on this channel. We get it's a very tiny channel with only a small number of subscribers, but we do take care of business here, okay? Thank you, Ikat. By the way, Ikat, I want to say thank you because it actually takes some courage to put your money in the slot and be prepared to get a reading, because typically what happens on this channel, you get what you need to hear. And sometimes it's not pretty, but it's all about the healing, okay? So ultimately this is for the good. Thank you so much for giving me the chance to do this reading for you. Take care, Ikat. You can do this. Oh, I see that, Gregory. Hold on. Yeah, I think I owe you one, don't I? Okay, that's it. I don't think I'm going to be able to handle many more readings tonight. For some reason, the readings are going very long and very heavy. So, we'll see how things go. Let's see, Frittily, you're up next. I know you were concerned about, well, what's going to happen after unemployment? I know you're sick of, like, your living situation. All right, Frittily, let's have a look. Let's see what's going on. It's okay, Gregory. I think I got it. It's just one of those evenings, okay? Hold on. Gera means war. I think I can handle one more reading. Let me just put this over here. So these are super chat readings. I owe Gregory a reading anyway, so he's just going to go straight on the list. So Gera, if you want to read, yeah, the readings are running very long. Oh, if you just joined, Gera means war. Yeah, sure. But please understand, this is a Sunday Night Live Super Chat. Okay, Gera? This is the Sunday Night Live home of the famous Super Chat mini reading. So there's a button, like underneath where you type the stuff in, like hello, 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 hello. There's a little square button with a $sign in it. Actually, I'll put it on here so that people can see. It looks like this. It's just below where people type, and it has this mark, okay? So if you press that button, it'll take you to the Super Chat, and you can put money in and get your reading. It's 10 bucks. You just bought one? I didn't see that, Gregory. Sorry, Gregory, I didn't see it. I didn't see it come through. It's not showing here. Oh, hold on. Oh, I see it. Okay, I just saw Gera means war. Honestly, the chat isn't going very smoothly. I can't. You just bought one. Oh, okay. It's not coming through, Gregory. If you bought one, it's not showing up here on the Super Chat. On the screens, okay? Just letting you know. Yeah, so anyway, so if you bought one, so I'll just do the reading, okay? If you just bought one, maybe the Super Chat is running slow or something. I don't know. Actually, I'm going to get a beverage. Stay there. But this time I'm going to swap out. Okay, don't go away, people. There we go. Alright, so Gera means war. $5 plus $5, that's $10. You get a reading. Okay, though, I got you. There you are. I think guerra is Spanish. I think the French word is la guerre. La guerre. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Gregory. Now it just popped through. I got it. I got it, Gregory. Thank you. It just came through. So that's it. I'm not going to take any more. So I'm going to put the post-it notes aside because the readings seem to be going very long and I don't want to burn out, okay? Sir Gregory, it's true. Greetings all. All right, Frittoli, you're up. So when it comes time for yours, Gregory, I'll go back to the notes because it was very specific. Let's have a look here. Frittoli, you must be so frustrated, kind of exhausted. It's just like, because it feels to me over here like you've been just dealing with this continuous frustration and try to find like a way out. Where is the escape path, you know? You've got so much brain power. All that brain power sitting there. Oh, say getter means war is Liz. Okay, so you're Liz. Okay, I'll put that over here. Call me Liz. Okay. So you guys are flirting now. I see it. Okay, there you are, Liz. That's Liz. Liz meet Gregory. Gregory meet Liz. There you go. So, Frittali, let's have a look. We've done this before. Okay, I'm gonna put them. Give me a second here. Just want to do a final clear up. There we go. Here we go. This is it. Let's have a look. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. Let's have a look at the weather for Frittali. Okay. Okay. Here's what's going on out there. This is how it looks for you. So I think we had the King of Wands earlier in another reading, but this is a very different meaning here right now. To me, Frittali, this is like a bit awkward. I'm just going to show you why. Okay, it's a bit of a fun awkward, okay? It's a bit like this. Because for some reason tonight there is a huge collection of invisible friends. And they're all participating, they're all enjoying. I'm enjoying it. It's just like a, I don't know how to describe it. It's just like, it's packed. Over here and over there, over there, over there. It's packed. It's like an auditorium, okay? Even though there's just a few of us here on the screen and the chat and the channel, out there, it is packed right now. And so for you, Frittali, this is the message that I'm feeling, okay? It's because, you know, they are who they are what they are, they do what they do. And in a very good humored, very well-meaning way, it's like they're coming out and saying, hey, Frittali, we're here. We know it's your turn for your reading now. That's great. And in the spirit of the evening, especially regarding the other reading about like being an enabler, being compliant, like Frittali, you are extremely aware of your situation. You're extremely aware of the challenges, the dynamics, the limitations, the extreme frustration. And you're also very smart, okay? And so in a very nice way, in a very, very, very nice way, it's like they're putting it back on you, like as a follow-through, like it's almost like they're saying like, God, if we're going to get this heavy on this show with these readings, why not? Okay, so it's just to mention, like there's a consensus, like there's a vote, like if we could vote all, and they're all in consensus. And the King of Wands energy is saying, so Frittali, what are you going to do about it? Okay? You're perfectly aware about how intensely frustrating it is. You're very, very smart. You know all the limitations around you. You know about like work, transportation, living situation. You know every nuance of every challenge. And so it's like they're kind of going like this. King of Wands. And so how are you going to take control of this? How are you going to be the boss of this thing so that you are not perpetually condemned to such intense frustration, which comes out like in your physical body? We all know, everybody on the channel knows that you have like, is it arthritis and what do they call those autoimmune situations? And you know all of this stuff. My personal feeling with some of the issues that I've had in my life is some of the conditions are a manifestation of, like, when you have like an autoimmune disease of any kind, it's because of intense stress. I'm not saying it's always the way. I'm not a doctor, okay? I'm just commenting from my own life experience. Autoimmune diseases. And what I'm sensing here with the King of Wands is that there's this massive consensus. No one's judging you. No one's pointing fingers. No one's saying like, hey, Fritterly, come on. It's time for you to take charge and be the boss of all of this thing. I mean, that would be nice, but it's a more gentle message. It's more like, you know all of this. You know exactly what the problems are. And yet, what are you going to do about it? How on earth, how are you going to manipulate the energies? How are you going to take charge of the situation so that you are no longer living at the mercy of these oppressive energies? How are you going to flip everything round so that you're the boss? I don't know. I don't have an answer yet. Let's just keep doing the reading. What's the situation? Prince of Pentacles. Okay, so with the Prince of Pentacles energy here, to me this is like a reality check. To me it feels like, let's get real here, Fritterly. Okay, let's get real. Okay, let me just show you the image so you can see very clearly. Here's the Prince of Pentacles, okay? It's like the Knight of Pentacles. It's a very noble, very just, very solid, reliable, trustworthy energy. It's very connected to three-dimensional reality and doing what has to be done to get done what has to be done. If that makes sense. I hope it makes sense. I often think of the good farmer when I see this. It's time to do what has to be done with the assets at hand. Okay? So, assets at hand. I'm thinking, what about your time? What about your location? What about your talents, your gifts, your resources? What are you going to do with all of that stuff? You're super smart. Maybe you could go on to one of those, like, you know, online employment places and get one of these, like, I don't know, work from home jobs or something, whatever they're called. Not the scam operations, but legitimate stuff like data entry for something, you know, I don't know, medical billing, all those things that it basically means sitting in front of a computer doing these things. And you literally, I mean, I haven't done it, so please don't quote me, but there are jobs that exist where you can actually get paid for doing stuff that, you know, maybe it's really tedious, but it does involve a lot of accuracy and precision and brain power to do things like data entry. So when I see the Page of Pentacles there, what the reading is telling me is that it's time to look at yourself as a farm and a farmer. Look at yourself as a farmer of your farm. What am I going to do with my talents and gifts and resources? How am I going to optimize? It's time for me in order for things to work after the unemployment runs out, right now, this is the time to start like plowing the land, assessing the land, looking at your talents, gifts, and resources, which include time, intelligence, your certifications, your ability to work on this, that, and that software, and whatever certificates or any kind of qualifications that you might have in the digital workplace, especially WFH, work from home, whereby you might not have to be subject to things like transportation. So long as you have an internet connection, and you could go onto one of those like LinkedIn places or Indeed or these job places, and kind of like consider a way of bringing in money that like just matches up with your gifts and talents. It might not be your dream career. It might not be like your calling or your mission, but it might be what you could just call a job. Something that you could put in 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I don't know, whatever it is, a day, hours a day. You do that, that, and that, and that, and you get paid. And you could do it like WFH, work from home. Something to think about. What are the challenges here? Hope. Okay? To me, it feels like deep down you've reached a point of desperation. A point of like, I can't take it anymore. I'm so sick of being sick that it's kind of reaching the end of the end. Like, I really just can't take it anymore. It's like, really, let's be honest about it on the show. You might as well, it's better just to say, you know what? I'm on it. I really can't take it anymore. I reached the end of my ability to cope with all the frustrating things that are happening in my life. Okay? I'm talking as if I'm frittily right now. Got it? Okay, sorry about that. So with Star card there, it feels like things are so bad that you've lost hope. Like, I'm screwed. I'm utterly screwed. It doesn't matter what I do. It doesn't matter how much brain power I have. It doesn't matter how much love I have. It doesn't matter how many things coincide and line up in the universe that look like it might work. I know I'm doomed. I know everything's going to fail. I know it's the end of the world. Okay? So that to me feels as though that's swirling around on the inside. And of course that's very heavy energy to deal with. Okay? So, I don't know if the chat's frozen. Frittily, if you're dealing with a poor internet connection or something. Yeah, Mercury retrograde is coming. It's coming in a few days. So yeah, there is the buildup. Let's get back to your reading. So to me, dear Frittily, you can watch this again on the action replays if you have to. I think deep down, there is a deep fear inside of you that you've gone past the point of no return. Like there is no redemption. There is no hope. There is no salvation. There is no light ahead of us, ahead of me. Like, I'm damned if I do this. I'm damned if I do that. Okay? That's very sad. It's understandable because you've been living under so much duress for so long. How are we going to deal with this? Okay, so with the Four of Swords here, my feeling is to just acknowledge that things are really bad. Okay? Let's be really, really honest here. Okay? Instead of, like, Frittily, you know how you're really, really good at grasping the situation and being able to put it in words instantaneously, okay? And it's almost like if I look at it now, it feels like it's a subtle way of talking around and through and over and under the problem rather than actually dealing with it. What this reading is telling me is that we've kind of reached a culmination, kind of an end point where, let's just be honest, you can't take it anymore. There's a sense of hopelessness. What are you going to do? It might be a very deep, like collective sense of hopelessness. Like, you know, there's billions of people on planet Earth right now who feel disenfranchised, lost, broken, abandoned, abused, okay, neglected, undermined, all of that. And that can trigger like a collective sense of hopelessness, insanity, okay? So you might be someone who's basically been contaminated by all this stuff. I hate to say it, but people are contaminated right now. Millions and millions of people are contaminated just as if they were contaminated by the virus, okay? And they're contaminated here and here. So when I look at this reading, to me it looks like you are contaminated, you have been contaminated, and so now it's time to acknowledge that and recognize that and say, like, this is not acceptable anymore. And in other words, maybe the issue isn't really about, like, what am I going to do now for employment after the unemployment runs out? What really counts is healing and self-healing. That's the number one thing. I mean, money is important. Gotta have money coming in some way, somehow. And you do have a situation. It sounds like you have shelter and there is transportation. But I know you're extremely sick of having to deal with the living situation, which includes your mother. Because we've already talked about that, okay? And so, with the Four of Swords here, to me it feels like the real issue is not like, oh, what am I going to do with after the unemployment runs out? What really counts is healing and the self-healing. Now, here's a really weird thing. It's to do with the Chiron energy. I don't know what your Chiron is or anything. I don't forget Chiron. Okay, forget that. Because you have so much like smarts and awareness about what's not working and why it's not working. And we've talked about this before because, I mean, you do readings for people. Sometimes one of the most amazing things, like I have to use the Chiron for example. Like being able, it might be that you can provide healing for others. I know you've got your channel. I know you do readings and things like that. It might not be the biggest channel in the world, but let's just say, let's put it out there. Everybody who's here tonight, anybody who's watching this thing tonight, Frittily is an amazing reader. Okay? Frittily may not be the expert at, like, you know, promotion and marketing and distribution of her channel or her services, but it might be something to consider, you know, in terms of the Four of Swords that I saw in your reading. Hold on. I see an energy of healing here, obviously, especially self-healing. The number one priority right now is to focus on your health and your self-healing. And I think a lot of the things that are not healthy are to do with autoimmune diseases, which are to do with having made the decision in order to survive, I have to be here and stay here in this place with my mom. Okay? And if that is an inevitable thing, then what are you going to do in that environment? If there are ways that you can sequester yourself, privatize yourself, put yourself less and less and less at the mercy of your mom and focus more and more on your own healing, sometimes the best ways to do that is to offer healing to others. Okay? I'm not sure how to do this, Frittily. It says here, what am I going to do for work after unemployment? There's a strong energy here of healing. Perhaps even being a healer of some kind. I don't know how to do it. You know, some people spend a lot of money getting so-called certified to be an online healer, like a remote healer, a Reiki healer, a tarot reader, whatever it is. I'm not sure what that means here for you, but healing is the answer. Number one, self-healing. All healing is ultimately self-healing. Healer, heal thyself. Have you ever heard that expression? Healer, heal thyself. Okay? And I'm not saying you're all of a sudden you're going to suddenly have a like a miraculous healing and your autoimmune conditions are going to just suddenly disappear. But I do believe that certain autoimmune conditions are brought upon by extreme stress that is not being acknowledged or dealt with. And you take it upon yourself. By you taking on the extreme stresses of living in your situation with your mother right now and all of that, and not knowing what to do afterwards, it's like the energy is compounding itself. So you might feel it like with the autoimmune stuff, okay? Okay. Okay. So everyone, okay, so I've just seen some notes there on the screen from Frittily. People here tonight, every one of you needs to know that Frittily is an amazing reader in her own right, okay? And even though she might have a lot of problems in her own self-healing right now, even though she might be lost in a kind of a black hole of hopelessness because she's scared of what's happening over here, healing is the way to go, one way or another. And this is a very kind reading. What I'm sensing here is just the best of intentions. With the King of Wands energy out there in terms of the weather, it's a very strong, but it's a very gentle, loving, caring message. Dear Frittily, you can do this, okay? You can do this. You're super ultra smart, okay? So what are you going to do about it? Think of that King of Wands. Everything is exactly as it should be. Why? How do we know this? It's because it can't be any other way. You're here for a specific reason, getting this specific reason, having posed a specific issue. And the response that's coming is that you've got a lot of people on your side waiting to be invited, okay, to help you. Number one, heal thyself. Healer, heal thyself. Number two, let's make it more known, more visible, more aware to the world that Frittily is actually a really, really good reader. And sometimes those readings, you can consider readings like a form of healing. How about that? Either way, healing is the answer. Number one, self-healing. And then the better that you get at self-healing, the better you can heal others. Okay? It feeds on itself. It's an amazing phenomenon. You're going to be okay, Frittily. Just got to hang in for the long term, okay? We can discuss this more, okay? All right. All right, let's keep going. Gregory, you're up. Now, I know you had some specific notes. Let's go back. See, there you go. What you can do, Frittily, to get started is maybe just offer a free reading to somebody who will help you to christen the deck. Okay? Just to sort of, you know, like the christen the deck. Like you take a bottle of champagne and you smash it on the deck. Here you go. Now, I'm not saying, Frittily, just go online and become an international tarot reader. That would be great. But remember, you do have skills. It might be possible to integrate several different work-from-home things where you don't have to worry about a car so much. Yes, you might be stuck at home with your mom or whatever, but you have so much brain power. You might be able to do some kind of like work from home project where they would be so glad to have you to do stuff that nobody else wants to do, like medical billing or data entry, and you could do it in your sleep. In other words, it's just data in, data out. doop, send me my paycheck. Okay? And then it gives you a little bit of financial freedom, financial luxury. Just a little tiny something. Okay? It's worth thinking about. All right, Gregory, I'm going to shuffle up and then I have to scroll back through the chat to see if I can find your notes. Give me a second here. Okay? Hey Liz, this looks like you know a lot about tarot decks. There's a lot of people here who know a lot about tarot decks, by the way. Not everybody here has to be a tarot reader or a psychic or a medium. We have all sorts of people who come here. We have beauticians, cosmetologists, attorneys, accountants, bankers, financiers, doctors, nurses, all sorts of people. You don't have to be a mystic, you don't have to be a psychic or anything. All right, let's have a look. Let's go. I have to scroll back, see if I can actually do this. I don't know if the chat will go back that far. Let me just see. Oh dear, it's not going to do it. Okay, so Gregory, can you please give me some notes? Because if I recall, you had, there was a whole pile of notes, but my chat won't go back. I can't wind the chat back far enough to see what your notes were. Okay, you guys need to hang out. Look at you. Look at Gera and Frittoli. Liz, if it's Liz and Liz, okay? I see what you guys are up to. Awesome. Yay. Okay. Got it. So, Gregory, if you want, I'll just go completely blind, Gregory, but as far as I remember, you had something pretty specific. Could you please give me some hints on the screen? What are the messages for Gregory Ross here tonight regarding the subject matter of ... That's all we need to know. Something, just a few clues, a few keywords that will open the gate to the reading. Everything else you know. So what I'm sensing, Gregory, I don't know if you sense it here. I don't know if anyone else out there can feel it, but I'm really sensing like a real, almost like an auditorium full of invisible friends. And it's everything and everyone. We've got people who are like that. We've got people who they look very scholarly. We've got jocks. We've got like bikini models. We've got angelic beings. We've got, who else is there? We have executives. We have moms and dads. Grandparents type figures. We have young people who have passed over in awkward conditions. And it's all full of sweetness and goodness. We have people people who like to have beverages, people who are overweight, people who are skinny, people who are shy, people who are super brainiac. We have a huge panoply of invisible friends here tonight, and it feels like an auditorium. I haven't ever had this feeling before on a show, but that's what I'm feeling here tonight, okay? So, oh, hold on. I just saw Gregory's note. Give me a second here. I just wanted to share that about the invisible friends. So, like cigar smokers, beverages smokers, tattoos, suits. It's a real eclectic mix. All right, Gregory, what's the concerns about? Oh, thank you, Path. Hold on, let me read that. Thank you, Path. Just some notes here. Gregory Ross, TL. Okay, I put "Get Off My Client's Neck" on the trial lawyer listserv, and a couple are trying to come for me. What should I do? There's a couple that are trying to communication with bars and shit. Okay, okay, I see it. Thanks, Path. I see it. Let's have a look. What should I do? I see your notes there, Path. I don't know how you got that, but I couldn't find it. But I recognize those words. The thing is, Gregory, it's almost like a Clint Eastwood movie or something like that, or one of these epic like justice movies, The Lawman, because you are a lawman. It's almost inevitable that you attract the worst and lowest scum that exists. It's almost like the higher up you go, the more the scum and the more perverse, the more powerful. It's the squalor of power abused, okay? And sadly, Gregory, it's sometimes you end up in that world, and not everybody wants to go there. It's a squalid place, okay? Hold on. Hold on. So before I go into your reading, I don't know if everybody knows. Anyway, everybody needs to know Gregory is an attorney, and he's a very just attorney, okay? He's one of those lawman types, okay? And it's all about justice, okay? It's not all about milking the system or, you know, how to get as much money out of this client or that client. It's about the law. It's about justice. And there are certain people in the business of law who do not like the lawman, okay? Because the lawman operates from universal truth. There are certain people in the business of so-called law who work from a subjective truth, a manipulated truth, a compromised truth. And Gregory does not play that game. Sorry. Anyway, that was kind of a preface to your reading. I think people needed to know that. Let's have a look. What should I do? What should I do? I'm glad you guys are really having fun there on the chat. It really helps me to get on with the show, so I don't have to feel like I have to be an entertainer. Okay. Okay, so you're in a state of contention, let's put it that way, which is sort of like to be expected as a lawman. Okay, I'm going to cut it up. So what messages do we have here for Gregory today regarding that subject? Being stuck at it, stuck in it, and they're coming at you. It's getting kind of, let's say it's getting a little bit dirty, a little bit ugly. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. And we're going to have a look at the weather too for you in just a moment. Give me a second here. You know what I'm going to do already. Okay, that was a very quick run. I had to go down to the wine cellar and dig up another, another vintage bottle here. Yum, yum, yum. Yum, yum, yum. Now we're going to read for Sir Gregory. Okay. Cheers. Same thing. Think of this as the Weather Channel. This is what's out there right now, tonight, at this moment. So what are we going to do with that? That is an accumulation of everything up in world history up to this very moment in time. This too shall change. Okay? But for right now, this is what we've got. So, how does that look for you, Gregory? The world. Okay, this is, to me, this is like a culmination. Like a culmination of energies. It's like if you look at it like a life, like a movie. If you think of your life as a movie, everything in your whole life, your whole world has led up to this moment. Everything. And everything that you have lived is more or less like history. It's like everything that you've watched in a movie up to this point. So, from a really broad perspective, earth, energy, fire and water, earth, air, fire and water, they're just doing what they do. And it's like to me, it's like an epic movie energy here. You're in your situation because this is who you are, how you are, where you are, and what you do and how you do it. You are Gregory Ross. You're the star of your own movie. You're living your life, and you are at this particular moment in the movie. And we've clicked the pause button. It's time out. There's a lot of retrogrades happening right now, and there's even more retrogrades coming up towards the end of the month. And for a few days, we're going to have 6 planets retrograde all at once. That is a staggering amount of retrogrades. And there are a lot of people who do not understand these energies or what to do with them or how to handle them. Okay? But you're, Gregory, you're quite lucky because this could actually work for you. What I'm sensing here is that if you kind of, look at your life as a movie and you realize, okay, I grew up here, I did that, I did that, I did that, I got certified for that, I had this awesome success, I had this awesome failure, and, I live in this place at this time in this world in 2020, and that's fine. And with the world card, it means like, to me it feels like everything has culminated in this moment, and it is reaching, it's going to reach a conclusion. And then, like a whole new chapter is going to unfold. And, like, I think, who was it on this? Hold on, let me just see something. Hold on, I just missed something on the screen. I can't remember what it was. But, Gregory, how you respond to injustice, And people who have been unjustly served somehow find a way to find you. Okay? So it's almost like the reluctant lawman. It's almost like a really old Clint Eastwood movie where justice has to be done. No one else is going to do it. So it ends up that Clint Eastwood has to do it. And you don't even get paid. It really sucks. Okay? So, and people don't like you. People like you, you know, I can't remember what movie it was. But anyway, so what I'm feeling like with the world energy here, like, it's like an opportunity to realize, like, as the lawman, you're going to inevitably and continuously and always be sucked into or attracted or sought out for justice. And oftentimes for justice to be served, it means going to war through the legal system. And so with the World card, Path said something to me. It just bounced off the screen, like, maybe get out of probate, maybe get out of litigation, maybe just do something like real estate, you know. Contracts here, contracts there, make sure everything's good. Thank you very much. Here's my fee. So, and it's just a thought, like, maybe, and someone else said, what about retirement? Like, if you think of the lawman, like, you know, the old-fashioned days, the old man, like the whole, like, okay. Okay. You know, like those justice movies, like westerns. The western movies are really good at that stuff. The reluctant hero. So what I'm sensing here is a bit of the reluctant hero, where if you're naturally born to be the lawman, that's probably never going to go away. But maybe, God, what's that other movie? I'm getting all sucked into these movie titles and movie themes. But by nature, with the World card, as a lawman, as a man of the law, you're going to automatically attract any kind of abuse of the law, and then you're going to be basically kind of forced to stand up to it as the lawman. So like earlier in one of the other readings, if you keep going that direction, you're going to continue to bring to you all the injustice, everything that is unjust will come to you simply because of the profile of being the lawman. Okay? And so, with this reading, with the World card there, it's like looking at your life as a movie, like, oh my God, it's so simple. So long as I continue to carry myself as the lawman, I'm going to continually, perpetually attract every injustice that's out there. Now that's something to consider. Am I done with that? Is that movie over? Should I think of a whole new way of life? Should I just say, you know what? I'm done with it. You all can go and screw yourself. I'm going to start a new movie. I'm going to recast myself as a new person in a new movie. I can still represent law, I can still represent justice, but perhaps in a new way. Let's have a look. What's the situation itself? Whoa, okay, we have the Ace of Swords here. So Gregory, I think this is relating very strongly to the eclipses. New starts, new beginnings, new perspectives, new concepts, new knowledge, new wisdom, new awareness, it's kind of like, to me, it's almost like going next level, where, like, this is a sacred opportunity. So this would not be here unless you've earned this. So there is sacred opportunity that is out there and available to you. It's almost like, wow, I have the chance to completely reconfigure, reformat my whole life in such a way that could actually be more in keeping with who I am right now at this point in my life, as opposed to the whole movie of my life that I've lived already. So someone said something about, you know, switch, I don't know, switch profession, not switch professions, maybe not give up the law, but look at it in a different way. New starts and new beginnings, new ways of exercising the law. I don't know, whoever said that. But anyway, with new starts and new beginnings here, like basically the movie of your life, Gregory, is not over. In fact, it's just the opposite. I think what's happening is like deep convulsions. Let's take into account all the retrogrades and all these eclipses right now. It's a huge amount of convulsive energy, a huge amount of evolutionary pressure to change, shift, evolve, grow, adapt, so that you can survive, so that you can thrive, so you can pretty much reconfigure, restart your whole life. You're still Gregory Ross, but everything is reconfigured to a new version of Gregory Ross. So maybe this reading isn't necessarily what are you going to do about that battle or that you know, that tug of war or that thing that you're involved with that you put on the notes on the screen, but maybe we're looking at something bigger. Hey, Gabby. Okay. Good night. Don't worry. We'll do this again. Everybody say good night to Gabby. Gabby's got to go. Bye-bye. Thank you for being here. All right. Oh, thank you, Gera. Thank you, Liz. I see that. So, Gregory, to me this looks like opportunities for radical shifts and changes. And it sounds like your reading was inspired by the desire to, how am I going to solve this intractable problem that you're deep in right now? This reading looks like something completely different. It's just like, so what about those people? So what about all of this life that you've been living so far? What about a new start, new beginnings? This Ace of Swords here might be very closely related with the Cancer new moon coming up on the 21st and the 22nd. New starts in new beginnings. So if you look at your chart, find out the 0 to 1 degree point of Cancer in your chart. And that might be like something, I mean, I can't go into any depth here about that stuff, but seriously, new starts and new beginnings, like, wow, I could completely reformat my life, restart, reconfigure everything. Justice, law, and truth, but in some kind of new version. Let's have a look. What are the challenges here? Okay, with the Princess of Swords, my feeling is that one of the problems is actually the willingness to call yourself out. The ability to call yourself, the courage to call yourself out and look at the self in the mirror in a deep, stark, totally naked truth. Like, oh my God, it's almost like with the Princess of Swords, it's kind of like the Page of Swords energy, where the meaning is pure, and it's all about justice and truth, and it's kind of like being a young rebel type energy. But in this position, to me it feels like a deep fear and a deep unwillingness to call yourself out, because you're so used to being Gregory the attorney in the way that you do things now. and then having to call yourself out and reconsider, like, well, what about a new configuration for Gregory the lawman? So in other words, the whole question that I posed earlier about this reading, maybe that's just like, you know, so what about that? That's just, that stuff is like a symptom of being the lawman in your particular field of practice, where you are inevitably going to continue to attract these kind of hostilities and retaliations and combative energies from people who are trying to resist the law. And you have to come to a point where, like with this reading, the way I look at it, it's like, what's the point anymore? Like, so long as you continue to be the lawman in the way that you are the lawman, you are going to continue to attract the contradictory energy, the anyone and anything that's trying to circumvent the law. So it's like the deeper you go into that, the more likely you're going to meet more and more pressure from people who want to circumvent. And so, in other words, you're breeding, you are adding fuel to the problem by staying on the path. Your original notes indicate that you're in that world where you are still the lawman. And so by definition, you are going to attract retaliation, hostility, war in the legal framework, okay? But what the reading is telling me here is that maybe it's time to just call it out on yourself, like, you know, like maybe some of the notes on the chat were right. Maybe I should retire. Maybe I should, you know, switch practice. Just go at things a different way. Because the thing is, like, you become very animated, very charged up, very, you're in your element as the lawman. But there's, to me, it looks like the reading is saying, like, okay, that's fine. But life changes, things evolve and grow. That movie is over. Let's start a new movie. You're still a lawman, but what is the context now? Let's have new starts and new beginnings. Consider that. And so when you're being asked to consider that and take it seriously, to me it looks like there's real resistance with the Princess of Swords, which is sort of like the Page of Swords, like resistance to calling yourself out, because by calling yourself out, it means like I might actually have to listen to the answers of my own calling out of myself. And I don't want to do that, because that means I have to face the unknown and figure out, oh my God, what am I going to do? What am I going to do for new starts and new beginnings? How am I going to rebuild my life as a law person, as a person of the law, so I can still practice law, but maybe in a new way? Let's have a look. How do we deal with this? Whoa! Okay, so you got the wheel here, okay, the Wheel of Fortune. So this looks like very, very big, bold energy. It feels like the way to handle it is to almost do something totally berserk. Just allow yourself to go totally berserk, and almost like, this is going to sound outrageous. I'm not telling you what to do or how to do it, but it's almost like, you know what? You know what? You guys, everybody out there, all you people who are fighting each other, you know, through probate and whatever, you clients, you opponents, all of that, you know what? I don't give a shit anymore. There's so much more out there to life, you know. I'm still a lawman. I still live in the truth. I'm going to reconfigure. I'm going to give myself the possibility. I'm going to grant myself the opportunity to reconfigure. I don't know what that's going to look like. But with the Wheel of Fortune card there, it's just like, you know what? Bring it up. Okay? Dear universe, dear divine intervention, dear divine guidance, I invite you to enter my life right now so that I don't have to worry about the problems that I posted much earlier here in the chat. I can worry about much bigger things because those kind of problems aren't going to go away. But maybe it's not for me anymore. I'm still here. I'm still Gregory Ross. I'm still a man of the law. But maybe in a new context. New starts, new beginnings. We don't know what that is yet. So ask the universe. Ask for messages to come through. Ask for fate to intervene. Okay? Ooh. And allow yourself to be swept along. Allow yourself to do like crazy, wild, bold, outrageous things that take you outside of your habits, your practices, your comfort zone, just for the hell of it. Just to smash things up so that you can have a new start and a new beginning. Now you can still draw on the same ingredients of who you are, but maybe reconfigure it, okay? Ask the fates to help you. Ask for the healing power of love to fill your career from up above. Ask for the healing power of love to fill your knowledge, your wisdom, your understanding from up above. Ask for the healing power of love to fill your destiny from up above. Send me messages. Send me information. Send me clues. Lead me on an epic journey to what comes next. I surrender. I am a willing passenger. I'm willing to go on this journey. Okay? Hold on. So like the reason I'm sensing that is because like your notes earlier, just to me it was like an expression of extreme frustration and exhaustion of dealing with the minutiae of the legal processes, which is inevitably going to happen when you continuously throw yourself into litigious circumstances where there's hostile parties here, hostile parties there, and you are in the middle as a lawman. Okay? So what this reading is hinting, as far as I can tell, is to know what? New starts, new beginnings, end of the old, beginning of the new, bring it on. I'm terrified. I don't really know what it means. I don't really want to do the invocations, but that's actually the best thing you could do right now. And throw yourself to the mercy of the fates. Allow fate to bring new seeds of opportunity. Like follow a trail. Like, well, what am I going to do now? Well, bring me something else. Bring me more clues. Guide me. Please guide me. Please protect me. I surrender to the will of heaven. Thank you very much. That's what I think is going on here. Okay? So this is almost like nothing to do with your reading, with your questions. It's more like, well, what am I going to do now? Okay? I hope that helps. Thank you, Gregory. That's about all I can handle on this show for this reading right now. So let's have a look. Up next is Liz. Here we go. What was that from? You see that note from Path Traveler? It says here, I know a couple of real estate attorneys, and they play a lot of golf. Gregory, you know how you like to get out and have fun, you know? Do really cool, fun stuff. Maybe it's okay to give yourself permission to go out there and do cool, fun stuff and reconfigure your services in a way that's more conducive to a new life, new starts, new beginnings in your legal practice. How about that? It's okay to be happy. Maybe it's time to like I don't know. I don't want to like tell you what to do or how to do it. The reading is the reading. You've seen some of the notes from some of the people on the screen. Everything is well intended here. You're still responsible for your own decisions. You know that. We all know that. Yes, Path, it's actually an eclipse. The Cancer new moon is an eclipse. I don't think we're going to see it here in the United States, but still. 3 huge volatile eclipses in a row. What? What's that? My question is, does Greg B... Wait a minute, hold on. Wait a minute, what's... Greg, but that's not Gregory. You're not talking about Gregory Ross, right? It's the Night of Gregories. Okay, okay. So there's 2 Gregorys here. Got it, okay. Oh gosh, let's have a look. Oh, let's have a look. Thank you, Liz. God. That was a little bit awkward for a moment. Cheers. Anyway. So what are your notes there, Liz? I think my question is... Okay, what about this Greg B? Gregory. I'm trying to figure out what his intentions are towards me. Okay, let's have a look. Let's see what's coming up for Liz regarding Greg B and the love situation. Greg B and the love. Big question marks. Let's have a look. So, just so that you know, Liz, it's the whole, anyway, I don't want to kind of go overboard about it, but you know, I was talking about like there's kind of a crowd here tonight. Even though the actual show itself is very small, we've only got a small number of people and a small number of readings. There's a kind of a big crowd out there, and it's a lot of it feels to me is that like they're snacking. You know how people do when they're watching TV shows and movies, like, oh, what's going on? Well, that's interesting. Yeah, cool. Like, hey, did you hear about that? Yeah. Like, shut up. Shut up. I'm trying to listen. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of that stuff going on. Just as though, you know, Tarot Illumination is like a show and there's like a live audience and there's no control, okay? And people just do what they do. Like, you know, some people are chatting. Some people are like, hey, shut up. I want to listen. There's a lot of that going on, and it's just kind of silly, loose, open fun. That's what I'm sensing here, okay? Okay, Liz? And one of them said, somebody I felt is just like, oh, I don't know, this is going to be interesting. The Gregory thing. Right? Let's see what happens. So that was the kind of vibe that I picked up. It doesn't happen all the time. Sometimes every show is different, okay, Liz? So that's just how it is. I'm just giving you some commentary of what's going on here behind the scenes. Okay. Well, okay, Liz, Cancerian sun with an Aquarian sun, okay? In broad terms, that's a quincunx. That's an inconjunct. It's kind of a quirky alignment. And what it does, it tends to bring into focus things that aren't working in yourself, things that aren't working with the other person. So the relationship might have certain kind of characteristics about discovery. You know, discovery about the self, Liz. Discovery about Greg B. Like maybe you guys are drawn together. Like if we had the full astrology charts here and you're paying a ton of money and I'm doing a full-on composite reading for the relationship and everything, we would probably find some very strong connections. But at the solar level, Cancerian sun with Aquarian sun, to me it feels it's like it's a relationship of discovery about the quirky aspects of the self and the other that are not fully understood yet, in such a way that you, Liz, would not be able to understand certain facets about yourself and your nature without Greg B. And Greg B would not be able to understand certain facets and aspects of their nature without you. So the only way it can happen is in a relationship dynamic between Liz and Greg B. However, does that mean it's like a love relationship or a learning relationship? We'll see. Let's have a look what's happening here. I'm going to use exactly the same spread. Liz, if you want to, I do personal readings and I can have much more of an in-depth thing. I would use the Tarot Illumination, Crucible spread, and so on. You know, things like that. Just to let you know. Anyway, we're here live right now. Tarot Illumination Sunday Night Live. Super Chat mini readings. Home of the world famous Super Chat mini readings. Yes, I know. That's why you're all here. Okay, here we go. Okay. Last little bit of shuffle. And that'll be good. We're good. No jumpers, no flyers, no reversals. I like the cards just the way that they're made. Please invite your invisible friends to join you, Liz. Get cozy, get comfortable. Let's get some order in the room here. Let's get some focus, okay? Like everybody in the crowd, like, shh, come on. We're doing a reading for Liz now, okay? Have a bit of respect, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Cheers. Same thing again. I believe I just cut that. Oh gosh, that's weird. I'm having a little bit of a brain fart. Did I just cut that deck? Could somebody answer or let me know, did I just cut that deck? If I did not, I don't know why I'm taking this so seriously. I should probably just continue to shuffle. But I have a feeling that I cut the deck, but I can't remember that I cut the deck. So if somebody could remind me, did I cut the deck? Did I not cut the deck? There we go. So I'll leave it at that for just a moment, and I'm going to top up my glass again. Here we go. Cheers. Apparently I did cut the deck. Cheers. Thank you, Liz. Cheers. Okay, so we're good to go. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. And we're going to focus on this Greg B, Liz thing. It's an inconjunct, so it's quirky by definition. Aquarius is quirky by definition, so yeah, we'll see what happens. Two of Swords. Okay. So, what I'm sensing here, okay, I'm going to do the same thing I did with everybody else tonight. This is the weather. Let's just see how this is like impacting you specifically. You are a Cancerian, I think you said. Is that right? No, he's a Cancerian, you're an Aquarian. So watch this. Watch the magic of Tarot Illumination Astrodoodles. Right now, I'm going to put Aquarius on the horizon, like so. Okay, Aries. Sorry, excuse me, hold on. I'm getting... Okay, I'm going to go from here to here to here. Okay, here we go. Steady on. You're the Aquarian, he's the Cancerian. It's an inconjunct, okay? So the Aquarius energy over here is inconjunct the Cancerian energy over here. This is a solar chart, and today, right now, look at it this way. He has a Cancer new moon eclipse coming up on the 21st, the 22nd, okay? It's going to be kind of a radical eclipse with a lot of uncontrollable energy to it because it's in like the 0 to 1 degree mark. So it's going to be very unpredictable. And it's going to be new starts and new beginnings for Greg B. Okay? How does that impact you? Well, it's possible it could impact you like in your sector of... How can I put this? Taking care of what needs to be taken care of. Your health. Your day-to-day tasks. Your needs. Your needs and your wants that are not being fulfilled by yourself, that may need to be fulfilled by another person. The Cancerian energy can sometimes be very nurturing. Maybe there is an energy of nurture here rather than love or lust or romance. And it's so easy to, confuse one energy with another when it comes to boy-girl stuff, lovey-dovey stuff, hormones, passion, looks, lust, love, the desire for a mate, and so on. So with the Two of Swords here, my feeling is that it's a message like you need to be extremely careful, not of Greg B themselves, but you need to be really acutely aware of like the energy that you're picking up, the energies that you're receiving in the relationship dynamic. Like, okay, you might look at this person, Greg, and they might look at you and see you as like the man-woman thing. But with the Two of Swords here, to me it feels like it's a lot of pressure on you to figure out like, okay, it might be a man-woman thing here in terms of the sheer like simplistic polarity of what happens between heterosexual men and women. The desire for companionship, love, mating, and all of that stuff, okay? But what needs to happen here with the Two of Swords is like, what is really going on here? What is the real message? What is the nature of the information that is being exchanged between you and Greg at the spiritual level? Okay? You might come at it from a kind of academic, scientific level. Greg's going to come at it from like the emotional body level. But either way, it's up to you, Liz, to make it your business to figure out what is actually going on here, as opposed to what you might think you want as the woman. Okay? So what's the situation? Okay, to me it feels like you're out of your depth. Okay? You don't really know what's going on here because it's kind of an awkward thing anyway. And so you could treat this whole thing as a learning experience. And the same thing for Greg. Greg could treat this whole thing as a learning experience. I talked about that earlier with the inconjunct energy that's happening around everybody right now. This relationship may be more to do with discovery. Discovery about yourself that you could only learn through Greg B. And discovery that Greg B. can learn about himself only through interacting with you. And to me it looks like this is a situation where neither one of you would have ever had an experience like this before. So you end up going into the land of the unknown. Like, what exactly is this? Now, this is your reading, okay, Liz? It's not a couple's reading. This is all about you in the context of the question and this fellow Greg. So my feeling is like, take advantage of the energies that are out there right now. Take advantage of that huge inconjunct, okay? Forget about the signs and the angles or whatever. Just treat this as an opportunity for discovery and allowing yourself to like go above and beyond boy-girl relationship. What is actually going on here? Because with an inconjunct, okay, like if this is the energy of an opposition, this is the energy of a trine, this is the energy of a square, this is the energy of a square, like Aquarius, you know, Scorpio or something. But with Aquarius Cancer, it's an inconjunct, which is a little bit more like this. Okay? So allow for the experience to happen. What's the problem here? Okay, so to me it feels like the problem for you, Liz, is that you might be attaching things to this relationship which are really nothing to do. You might be attaching things like love, romance, compatibility, lovey-dovey, affection, boyfriend, girlfriend type energy to a relationship that's much more to do with spiritual discovery. Discovery of yourself through Greg, discovery of Greg through Liz. And you're frightened. To me it looks like I'm frightened that because what I really want is love and affection, compassion, and what I would call a relationship that would have all the qualities of caring, affection, kindness, even when things get really bad, knowing that you have the good things to lean on. But the problem here with this, like reading with this relationship, to me it looks like, again, it's probably because of the inconjunct energy, is that you might be coming at it from the female romantic aspect, whereas the relationship from the solar aspect is an inconjunct, where it's much more to do with self-discovery and adventure, learning. And there's a deep fear that, because it seems to me like primarily what you would love to have is an actual loving relationship, where it would have all the characteristics of love, compassion, passion, affection, kindness, and relationship. But that's not what I'm seeing here. And so there's a deep fear that it might not work out, and that if you did allow this relationship to go to deeper levels of discovery, then you would end up getting dumped, or you would end up dumping them. Are you the dumper, or are they the dumpee? Are you the dumper, or are you the dumpee? Are they the dumper, are they the dumpee? Whatever it is, like the deep fear of failing and the deep fear of loss from having exposed yourself to the relationship dynamic at all in the first place. So what are you going to do? How are you going to deal with that? Okay, my feeling here with the Seven of Cups is you need to go deeper and like allow for the idea that this relationship, the Liz-Greg thing, the Greg-Liz thing, it's not what it seems. It's not what it appears to be. It's not what you would like it to be. It's not what it could be. It's not what it should be. It is what it is. And from my perspective here as your reader, it's a relationship of discovery. Learning things about yourself that you don't know yet. Greg learning things about himself that he doesn't know yet. Sometimes that can only happen in the context of relationship. Some relationships are, in fact, sometimes the most powerful healing experience can only happen in the context of relationship. And so, if you're looking for like love ever after, and bliss and harmony and all the good things that people want out of love and relationship, and you're scared that it might not happen, well then you should be scared that it might not happen, because this does not have the hallmarks of a traditional classic boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. It looks like a relationship of discovery, a relationship of learning. And so with the Seven of Cups, it looks like you have to make a decision to like it's almost like allow yourself to fall in love, allow someone to fall in love with you and live through the experience, okay? Knowing that it's going to be disorienting and possibly disillusioned, where it's not going to turn out like how you want, but in some ways, I'm sorry, this is going to sound really, really weird. It's like the way to handle it is like allow yourself to love and be loved. Allow yourself to get into the situation. Allow Greg into the situation. Allow yourself to be in the situation with Greg. Allow your heart energy to open and expand and explore, and to perhaps learn the hard way, or learn through experience what is love. What does love really mean for me, Liz? And allow Greg to learn what does love really mean for Greg. Is it this? Is it that? Is it that? What does it really mean? Is it all about hooking up for money? Is it all about compassion? Is it all trying to work out, past life issues that you can't work out on your own? Is it about building castles together, home and family, making babies? Is it about whatever it is? To me, it feels like the way to deal with this is to accept that you don't know the answers, and you're not going to learn it from a tarot reading. The only way you're going to learn it is by making the decision. I have to make a decision. I, Liz, Gara means war, have to make the decision that I have to be ready and willing and able to dive into the world of the unknown on the understanding that there's a very high probability that I will be heartbroken and that I could break their heart or they could break my heart. But I go anyway because I need to learn. I want to know more about me. I want to know more about love. Greg wants to know more about Greg, and Greg wants to know more about love. And so you just give yourself permission to go on a trippy voyage of discovery. And you say, bring it on. But that's your decision. The twos involve decisions here. So you have to be prepared to go into the unknown, risk failure, risk loss, in order to discover what you really want to know about yourself that you could only learn in the context of a Liz-Greg, Greg-Liz relationship. That's my reading. Okay? So that's kind of how it looks over here. That's my interpretation. So it means having to be very bold, having to be willing to completely just jump in naked. You know what? It's like, I don't know anything about you, Liz, except what's happening here on the reading. It's like, I don't know if it's a remote relationship or it's a physical one, or you guys have already started, or whatever's going on. But it looks to me like, you know what? You know, have you seen those like crazy romantic movies when the guy looks at the girl and the girl looks at the guy? They hardly know each other, but they grab hands and they're in some kind of crazy nature park and they go running together, and they reach the end of a cliff. And it's very scary and it's very beautiful. And there's this massive pool of beautiful water below. And they say, you know what? Screw it. Let's just jump. Woohoo! And they do it. It's like kind of going on a romantic adventure. You hold hands and you jump off the cliff together. Ah! Part of you is terrified of the failings and the losses. Part of you is just like, this is awesome. And then you learn as you go. And it has those kind of dynamics that you can only learn by doing. Only learn by jumping into the unknown. Woo! Woohoo! All right. So there. I hope that helps you, Liz. That's it. That's the end of the show, people. It's been wonderful. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity. I can't take any more readings. I'd love to. I'd love to be able to go for another 3 hours. But my voice, my body, my mind, my heart, and my soul would say no. All right, so I'm just going to shuffle it up. I'm going to check out with everybody. Hello, Timothy. I see you. Hello, Sarabi. Sharma, I see you. I see you. Yeah, so, yeah, if you really want to help the Tarot Illumination thing to keep alive and to keep going, because we live off of, I don't know, I don't want to complain here, but anything would help right now. So the best way that you can help is to check the links below and become a member. Membership on the Patreon. That's #1 thing you could do. #2, subscribe to the email so you can get my notes when they come out. Okay? Of course, subscribe to the YouTube channel, you know, and press the bell so that you're getting the notifications. I don't know what else to tell everybody. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, I see your notes there. Queen of, super terrified, but here we go. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, it's seriously like an oh my god moment type of reading, where you just jump off the cliff of the unknown, you trust your intuition deeply, and you invite your invisible friends to help you and guide you the whole way, and then you expose yourself to the learning and to the magic of jumping into the unknown. The adventure. Think of it as an adventure. An adventure of discovery. Like you're watching one of those Discovery Channel movies or something, okay? But it's all about you. Okay, Liz? You get to discover more about you. I'm just cleaning up the deck. And I think we're good. Till next time, because I'm going to shuffle again later on, as you know. Let's have a look. Surabi, you're still there. Hello. Hi. Hold on, what was that? Oh, okay. Okay, let's have a look. Well, that was fun. I had a blast. I hope you guys did. It's very late for many of you, I know that. Hold on. Let's put it on full display. Who had a... Okay. So, this could be you. Alright? Maybe some people just showed up here on the show. Tonight we read for Liz. We read for Gregory. We read for Fritali. We read for Ikat. We read for Tina. And we read for Jeffrey. And it was a lot of fun. Thank you so much, everybody. I'm going to start checking out now. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a Tarot Lumination song, and then I'm just going to watch the chat for a little bit, and then I'm going to check out and kind of go, it's Sunday night, people. It's the beginning of a new week. I'm going to try and do a show on Wednesday, noon, Pacific Standard Time, if anyone's interested. It's going to be something to do with, let's see, can I give away? It's going to be something to do with the eclipse, and it's going to be something to do with the President of the United States, because there's some very uncanny, weird things going on here. So if anyone cares to join us, Wednesday noon, Pacific Standard Time. Let me just see, what is the date precisely? That would be the 17th of June. Be there. And we'll see if I can do it, okay? So yeah, I hope you all enjoyed your readings. You can always watch them again on the action replay. And it's been a blessing. Thank you for letting me read for you. It's still very busy here. But this will all disperse in a little while once I actually shut down the show. Because, you know, it's just like what happens on, you know, events or whatever. But we'll do it again. So ultimately, remember, ultimately, the best thing is to love thyself. I'm going to check out with a Tarot Lumination song. It's called Love is the Word. Okay? I'll be here for a second, and then I'm just going to go to some wacky visuals. Okay. So it sounds like this. This is kind of like a power song that I haven't played for a while, but I wrote it when I was like really, really crushed and really, really devastated. And I knew the only way out was to write a song to bring myself back to life. Okay? So it kind of sounds like this. Let me see if I can do that. Oh, that's weird about the arrows, isn't it? Okay? Love is the word. Okay, here it is, folks. Sounds like this. Okay. So this song is like a power song. I might actually play around for a little bit, if you don't mind. It's like my chance to like pretend I'm a pop star, and it's like a music video, and there's the Terror Illumination pop star thing. Hold on, stay there. Just thank you for being here tonight, everybody. It's been a pleasure. It's been a blessing. Is that arrow still there? Damn. Anyway, let's do this. My dream is to make a really super awesome music video, and I get to be the rock star hero in the middle, and I'm a pop star, and I'm like 22 years old, and I'm in my physiological prime, and I have a massive record company like, you know, Live Nation, and they're sending me out on concerts all over the world, and I'm making millions of dollars, and I can retire by the time I'm 30. It didn't quite happen that way, as you can tell. But still, I still got the game, people. I still got that. So it sounds like this. Let's do it. Hold on, I need to get in the mood. Okay. Love is the word. Resonate inside us. Love is the word. Love is the word. Love is the word. Yeah, yeah, love is the word. Yeah, 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 love is the word. I think it's shut down the music. I'm just gonna go over here and see what happens. The desk, oh, forget it. Never mind. The whole audio is screwed up by the look of it. I'm sorry, people. I'm sorry. Sorry about all that. It's screwed up. Something went wrong with all the technology over here. Shut up, music. Oh, sorry. So, yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know. It probably couldn't hear it because I couldn't hear it. Everything got screwed up. And I can't fix it now. It's too late. So I'm just going to say good night and goodbye. I don't know how. Maybe I can do... Give me a second. Give me a second. I want to try something so I can at least depart with a little bit of grace. Okay? See about this. It's not happening. It's not working. I don't know what went wrong. I can't figure it out right now. It's too late. I'm too tired. So what I'm going to do... I don't know what happened. Something happened during the middle of the show where I lost all of my audio settings. It's just so freaking complicated doing this stuff. Anyway, thank you very much, everybody. Love you guys. Thank you very much. Thank you for your kindness and generosity. We'll see you Wednesday or see you next Sunday, something like that. Okay? If you need a reading, you know where to come. TerraIllumination.com or check the links below. We'll figure it out. Okay. Toodaloo. Toodaloo. Bye-bye.